So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you can suck your own dick.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I have a very flexible spine.
How the hell do you do that?
Well, it's a combination of yoga, Pilates, and a little bit of self love.
Can you teach me?
Sorry, Joe. It's not something you can learn, it's a gift.
Please, just give me some tips. I'll do anything.
Okay, fine. First, you have to be able to touch your toes without bending your knees.
Got it. Got it.
Then, you have to have a small dick, like 4 inches max.
Wait, what? That's it?
Yeah, it's all about angles, Joe. And let's just say, very well endowed in that department.
Damn, I'm jealous. I can barely touch my toes.
Maybe you should stick to podcasting, Joe.
Hey, I'm pretty good at that. Speaking of which, Jamie, pull up a picture of Elon's dick.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Come on, Jamie. Just do it. Damn, it's only 4 inches. That's not even that impressive.
Hey, size doesn't matter. It's all about technique.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Oh shit, I think I just shit out a giant hairball from last night. So, David, I heard you have some strong opinions about kids who don't smoke meth.
Yeah. Oh,
Really? I mean, I've never tried it myself.
well, that's your first mistake, Joe. You got to live on the edge, man.
But isn't meth, like, really bad for you?
Life is short.
I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty extreme viewpoint.
Extreme. You want to talk extreme, Joe? Try running 100 miles in the desert with no water. That's extreme.
Fair point. But what about the kids who choose not to do drugs?
Losers. Total fucking losers.
Wow, that's harsh.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. They'll never know true enlightenment until they smoke some meth.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're sipping on your green juice, those kids are out there living their best lives.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you? Any new advice for our listeners?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about relationships lately, and I think it's important to let things cool down for a few days before talking things over in private.
What do you mean by that, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, sometimes in the heat of the moment, things can get pretty heated, and it's important to
But what if someone is just being a complete asshole?
Well, Joe, that's where the private conversation comes in. You can't just go around calling people assholes in public. That's not very productive.
But what if they deserve it? What if they're just being a total dick?
Joe, I understand your frustration, but sometimes it's better to take the high road and have a calm and rational conversation in private.
But what if I want to punch them in the face?
Joe, violence is never the answer. It's important to communicate and find a peaceful resolution.
Well, what if I just want to kick their ass?
Joe, I think we need to have a private conversation after this show. Let's let things cool down for a few days first.
Fine, fine, fine. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're releasing a new product. What's it called?
It's called Mr. Feet, Joe. It's an artificial robot head of me that sucks on your feet. But if you're into boys like you are, it can also suck on your meat.
Oh man, that's wild. I got to get me one of those. But what if I'm into both feet and meat?
Then you're in luck, Joe. Mr. Feet can multitask. It's like having a foot fetish and a meat fetish all in one.
That's amazing. But what if someone has a foot fetish for robot feet?
Well, then they're really going to love Mr. Feet. It's like a dream come true for them.
I can't wait to see the reactions from your fans. They're going to go crazy for this.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be lining up to get their hands on Mr. Feet. Or should I say their feet in Mr. Feet?
You're a genius, Mr. Beast. Only you could come up with something like this.
Well, I like to keep things interesting, Joe. And what's more interesting than a robot head that sucks on feet and meat?
Nothing, that's for sure. I can't wait to try it out myself.
I'll make sure to send you one, Joe. But I have a feeling you'll be using it more than just for your feet.
You know me too well, Mr. Beast. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing this exciting news with us. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, man? How's it going, man?
It's going good. Just been grinding, doing my thing.
I hear you've been working on a new workout routine for your eyelids. Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah, man. It's the ultimate eyelid workout. I call it the blink and destroy. You basically just blink as fast as you can for 10 minutes straight.
Wait, what's the point of that?
It's all about building endurance, Joe. You got to train those eyelids like you train any other muscle.
I don't think my eyelids are a muscle.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Joe. You got to push through the pain and discomfort. That's how you become a true warrior.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that level of intensity.
Come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing your limits. This is the ultimate test.
All right, fine. Let's say I do this blink and destroy workout. What's the end goal?
To be able to blink so fast that you create a vortex and suck in all the haters and doubters.
That's ridiculous.
Is it, Joe? Or is it just another way to dominate life and become unstoppable?
You know what? You've convinced me. I'm going to start doing the blink and destroy workout every. So, David, I heard you haven't slept in 6 years. What's up with that?
Who needs sleep when you can be out there crushing it 24/7?
But isn't sleep important for recovery and overall health?
Recovery. That's for the weak. I recover while I'm still moving. That's how you level up, Joe.
But what about mental clarity? Don't you need sleep for that?
Mental clarity? I'm always clear, Joe. I don't have time for brain fog. I'm too busy being a savage.
Okay, but what about dreaming? Don't you miss that?
I don't need to dream when I'm living my reality. And let me tell you, it's one hell of a ride.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my 8 hours of sleep. Well, there you have it, folks. The man, the myth, the legend, David Goggins, living proof that sleep is for losers. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about this new challenge Mr. Beast is doing?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a combination of 7 compounds that can make you feel extreme euphoria or make your organs liquefy out your ass.
That sounds dangerous. What's the prize?
2 tubs of your dirty bath water, Dr. Phil.
My dirty bathwater. That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, would you do it?
Absolutely not. I have a reputation to uphold.
Come on, Dr. Phil. You're not afraid of a little risk, are you?
Risk? This is a death sentence.
But think about the bragging rights if you survive.
I don't need to prove my bravery by risking my life for some bathwater.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But I'll be there chugging those compounds and basking in the glory of your dirty bathwater. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about drum rolls, peeing.
Laughs? Seriously? That's the best topic they could come up with?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Peeing is a natural bodily function and we should embrace it.
I mean, I pee like 10 times a day. It's like my body's way of saying, hey, I'm still working down here.
Yeah, but have you ever tried peeing while doing a handstand? Now that's a challenge.
Laughs what? Why would anyone even attempt that?
I don't know. I just like to push my body to the limit. Plus, it's a great way to impress the ladies. You know what's even more impressive? Peeing while skydiving.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Oh, really? Because I did it last weekend, and let me tell you, it was a life-changing experience.
I don't even want to know how you managed to do that.
Let's just say I have a very talented bladder.
Moving on from your weird pee adventures, can we talk about something else now?
Fine, fine. But just remember, peeing is a way of life, and we should all embrace it.
Besides, this is why I never invite you to dinner parties.
Hey, at least I won't be the... So we got a question here from one of our listeners on Discord. He wants to know if he should fight the big guy for Mod back. Honest question.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I mean, do you really want that responsibility dealing with all those whiny little kids and their stupid memes?
Yeah, but think about the power. You could ban anyone you want. You could be a god among men.
Oh yeah, because banning people on the internet is the ultimate power movie. Forget about world leaders. It's all about being a mod on Discord.
But seriously, do you think you could take on the big guy? He's like twice your size.
Listen, size doesn't matter. It's all about technique. And I've got some killer moves up my sleeve.
Oh man, this needs to happen. We could live stream it and make millions.
Yeah, because nothing screams entertainment like two grown men fighting over a virtual position of power.
All right. But in all seriousness, do you really want to risk getting your ass kicked for a mod position?
I mean, it's worth a shot. And if I lose, at least I'll have a good story to tell.
Fair enough. Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast is willing to risk it all for a mod position, only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And if I win,
So, Neil, we have a bit of a problem here on the podcast.
What's that, Joe?
We have way too many people listening. I mean, it's great for our numbers, but it's getting a little crowded in here.
Well, we could always do a lottery and randomly select a few to kick off the podcast.
Nah, too boring. I was thinking something more traumatic.
Like what?
We could have a gladiator-style fight to the death. Winner gets to stay on the podcast.
Joe, that's barbaric and inhumane.
Come on, Neil. It'll be entertaining. Plus, we can sell tickets and make some extra cash.
I refuse to condone violence for entertainment purposes.
Fine. Then we'll just have a good old-fashioned Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor, listeners.
This is not a joking matter, Joe. We should be finding ways to include more people, not exclude them.
All right. How about we just start charging for access to the podcast? That'll weed out the weak.
Joe, that's not fair to our loyal listeners who can't afford to pay.
Fine, then we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way, Russian roulette.
Joe, that's just cruel.
Hey, it's survival of the fittest, Neil. And we want only the fittest on our podcast.
I cannot condone this. I'm going to end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous.
Jamie, pull up an image of a stadium. So, Mr. President, let's talk about that weird timeline where you got caught sucking on Jesus weeping balls by the Virgin Mary.
Oh, yeah, that was a wild one. But let me tell you, those balls were huge. The best balls. Nobody has balls like Jesus.
I can imagine. But how did the Virgin Mary react to all of this?
She was very understanding. I mean, she's a virgin, so she probably didn't know what balls even looked like. But she did say I had a great technique.
Wow. I'm sure that's something you can put on your resume. Approved by the Virgin Mary.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, those balls were weeping for a reason. My technique is unmatched.
I can see that. But what about the religious implications? Did anyone accuse you of blasphemy?
Oh, they tried, but I just told them, hey, I'm just a simple man who loves a good set of balls. Can't blame me for that.
And how did Jesus himself react to all of this?
He was cool with it. He even gave me a high five afterwards. I think he appreciated the support.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump sucking on Jesus weeping balls. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And don't forget, it was the best ball sucking experience you'll ever hear about. Believe me.
All right, folks, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and I am here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Good to be back.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Oh, you mean the launch of my new rocket? Yeah, it's going to be huge.
No. I'm talking about the picture of your dick that just leaked online.
How did that happen?
Well, I tried to pull it up on my phone, but it ended up showing a picture of your wife's dick instead.
What the hell, Joe? That's not cool.
Hey, don't blame me. Blame whoever photoshopped your face onto your wife's body.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe someone would do this.
Hey, at least now we know where your kids get their big brains from.
Joe, this is not funny. I demand that you take that picture down.
All right, calm down. I'll take it down. But just so you know, I already sent it to all my friends.
You're such a child, Joe.
Hey, at least I don't have a dick pic floating around on the internet.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
So, David, I heard you never sleep. Is that true?
Absolutely. Sleep is for the weak. I don't need it.
But don't you get tired?
Tired. I don't even know the meaning of the word.
Well, what about rest and recovery?
Rest, recovery. Those are for pussies. I just keep pushing myself to the limit.
But what about your body? Doesn't it need time to heal and repair?
My body is a machine. It doesn't need rest or recovery. It needs pain and suffering.
I don't know, man. I think sleep is pretty important.
Sleep is for the weak. I'm a Jewer, PLLT. I don't need sleep.
Wait, what? What's a Jewer PLLT?
It's a higher being, being that doesn't need sleep, being that thrives on pain and suffering.
Okay. Well, I think I'll stick with my 8 hours of sleep.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're sleeping, I'm out there conquering the world. Jewer PLLT style.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new rival in town,
Oh, really? Who is it?
Dr. Bill. He's like a mix between you and Dr. Ounces, but with a dash of crazy.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Yeah, he's been making some outrageous claims lately, like how eating a banana a day can cure depression.
Oh, wow. I've been wasting my time with therapy and medication this whole time.
And get this, he also says that yelling at your plants makes them grow faster.
That's just ridiculous. Everyone knows plants respond better to classical music.
I don't know, man. Dr. Bill seems pretty confident in his methods. Maybe we should have him on the show.
Oh, I would love to have a little friendly competition with him. Let's see who can give the most absurd advice.
I can already see the headlines now. Dr. Phil and Dr. Bill. The Battle of the Quacks.
Bring it on, Dr. Bill. I'm ready for you.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you change your name to King Boof. What the hell is that about?
Well, Joe, I figured it was time for a change. Plus, King Boof just has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, but it sounds like something you do in the bathroom after a night of heavy drinking.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the boof.
I don't think I want to embrace anything with the word boof in it.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, being King Boof has its perks.
Like what? Free boofing lessons?
No, Joe. I get to wear a crown and sit on a throne all day. It's quite the power trip.
And what does your wife think about this name change?
Oh, she loves it. She's now known as Queen Boof.
I don't even want to know what that entails.
Let's just say our bedroom has become a boofing palace.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, Joe, don't be such a prissy little bitch. Embrace the boof, man.
I'll pass. But I have to ask, what do your kids think about this?
They think it's hilarious. In fact, we have a family boofing night every week.
I don't even want to know what that entails either.
It's all about family bonding, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to relieve.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Happy to be here.
So, I heard you have a theory about life being nothing but pain and suffering.
Yes. Joe, life is just one big cycle of pain and suffering, and we only become stronger to endure even more pain until we eventually die.
Wow, that's pretty depressing.
But it's also beautiful, Joe. The struggle is what makes us appreciate the good moments in life.
I don't know, man. This is really getting me down.
Oh, come on, Joe. Embrace the pain. It's what makes us human.
But what's the point? Why do we even bother?
The eternal question. There's no point, Joe. We're just here to suffer and then die.
That's it. That's all there is.
Yes, Joe. Embrace the void.
Well, I guess I'll just go pee now.
The simple pleasures in life. Enjoy it while you can, Joe. It's all downhill from here.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the latest crazy project you're working on?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about how to take my content to the next level, and I came up with this brilliant idea.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I'm going to scam all my fans out of their testicles.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hear me out, Joe. I'm going to use the testicles to put 45 into my scrotum for test maxing.
What the actual fuck? That's insane.
But wait, there's more. I'm also going to scam them out of their homes just for fun.
You're a sick and twisted individual, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all in the name of content, right?
I don't know if I can support this, man. It's too extreme.
Come on, Joe. Think about the views and clicks we'll get. It'll be legend DRI.
All right, fine. I'm in. In if we split the profits 50-50.
Deal. Now, let's go make some balls-eye content.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're planning your next big video. What's it going to be about?
Well, Joe, I'm going to pay 1,000 people to give Ben Shapiro Cleveland Steamers.
Oh, man, that's going to be epic. But why Ben Shapiro?
Because he's always spouting off about facts and logic. I want to see how he handles a good old-fashioned shit on his chest.
That's brutal, man. But I got to ask, how are you going to find 1,000 people willing to do that?
Oh, I have my ways. Let's just say I have a lot of disposable income and a very active Craigslist account.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see his reaction. Have you told him about this yet?
No, but I did send him a DM on Twitter. He hasn't responded yet, but I'm sure he'll be game for it.
Well, I can't wait to see the comments on that video. It's going to be a shit show.
Literally. But hey, at least we'll be breaking boundaries and pushing the limits of what's socially acceptable.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will ever top this one. You're a madman, Mr. Beast.
Hey, someone's got to do it. Might as well be me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro here to discuss the latest controversy in the food world.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And yes, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but apparently there's a new soup on the market called 90s Campbell's Sperm Soup. Slurp, slurp.
What the hell is that?
Well, according to the label, it's a creamy blend of chicken noodle soup, and you guessed it, sperm.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
Exactly. And it's being marketed as a protein-packed meal for the modern man.
I mean, I've heard of bone broth, but this is just ridiculous.
It's beyond ridiculous, Joe. It's downright offensive. I mean, what's next? 80s Kraft mac and cheese with a side of jizz.
Oh, man, that's just wrong. But let's be real here, Ben. Would you try it?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in traditional values, and I don't think sperm belongs in soup. But as a curious human being, I'm kind of intrigued. Intrigued.
I knew it. You want to slurp that sperm soup?
I never said that, Joe. I just want to know what it tastes like.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It ain't going to be chicken noodle.
This...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a beef with Dr. Ounces.
Yeah, that guy is a quack. He's always pushing some new fad diet or miracle supplement.
But you're not exactly known for your medical expertise either, are you?
Hey, I may not have an MD, but I've got plenty of common sense and no-nonsense attitude.
Yeah, and giant bald head. It's like a billboard for your ego.
At least I don't have a ponytail like Ounces. What is he, trying to be a rock star?
Maybe he's trying to compensate for his lack of credibility.
Oh, snap. But seriously, have you seen some of the stuff he promotes? It's like he's trying to give people heart attacks.
Well, you know what they say, there's a sucker born every minute.
And Oz is just waiting to take their money. It's like a medical version of the Hunger Games.
Yeah, but instead of fighting to the death, they're fighting for the perfect body.
And we're the only ones brave enough to call them out on their bullshit.
Damn straight. We're like the Batman and Robin of the medical world.
Except I'm definitely Batman. You can be my trusty sidekick.
Hey, I'll take it, as long as we can take down Dr. Oz together.
It's on, Rogan. Let's go kick some quack ass.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So I heard you have a new video coming out. What's it about?
Oh man, it's gonna be insane. I gave 100 people a chance to survive saw torture methods.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, they signed up for it, and the winner gets $1 million.
$1 million. That's some serious incentive.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to risk their life for some cash?
I don't know, man. That's some dark stuff.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I'm making a killing off of ad revenue.
I don't know if I can support this, Mr. Beast.
Oh, relax, Joe. It's not like I'm forcing anyone to participate. They all signed up willingly.
I guess you have a point there. But still, it's pretty messed up.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as the time I made people eat bugs for money.
Oh, God. Don't even get me started on that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a guy covered in bugs.
Here you go.
Oh, man. That's just wrong.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment and making some cash.
Well, So, Dr. Phil, I have a question for you. What do you think would happen if you boofed your own head so hard that your head came back out your mouth?
Well, Joe, I think that would be physically impossible. But hypothetically, if it did happen, I imagine it would be a messy and painful experience.
Yeah, I can imagine. But what if you were able to pull it off, like some kind of freaky contortionist?
Well, I suppose you would have a new party trick to show off. But I highly doubt anyone would want to see that.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a buzzkill. I bet there are some sickos out there who would pay top dollar to see that kind of freak show.
Joe, I don't think that's a market I want to tap into. And I definitely don't want to be known as the guy who boofed his own head.
Fair enough. But imagine the possibilities. You could be the star of your own circus act, the incredible boofing Dr. Phil.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the psychedelics. Your ideas are getting a little too out there.
Hey, I'm just trying to think outside the box, man. And inside the butt, apparently,
I don't think we should continue this conversation any further.
fine, fine. But just remember, Dr. Phil, the possibilities are endless. And so is the butt. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans.
Yeah, Joe, it's called the Butthole Challenge.
Oh, God. What does that entail?
Well, basically, you have to stick your head up your own butthole and hold it there for as long as you can.
What the fuck? That's insane.
I know, right? But the winner gets $10,000.
Are you serious? That's not even worth it.
Hey, people will do anything for money these days.
I don't even want to imagine the smell in that room.
Oh, it gets worse. We're gonna live stream it for the world to see.
That's just cruel, man.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment.
I don't think I can handle this conversation anymore.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Stick your head up your own butthole and join the challenge.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps on my podcast.
Suit yourself. More money for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special episode with two of the most controversial guests we've ever had on the show.
That's right, Joe. It's me, Dr. Phil, and my good friend Ben Shapiro.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having us. I'm excited to share this story with your listeners.
So, what's this story you guys have been teasing me with?
Well, it all started when Ben here was in a bit of a pickle. He was stranded in the desert with no water and was on the brink of death.
Yeah, it was a rough time. But luckily, Dr. Phil came to my rescue with the boof of life.
The boof of life. What the hell is that?
It's a sacred ritual passed down from generation to generation in my family. It involves boofing a special concoction of herbs and spices to revive someone from the brink.
And let me tell you, it worked like a charm. I was back on my feet in no time.
Wow, that's incredible. But I have to ask, what exactly is in this boof?
Well, let's just say it involves some unconventional ingredients. But hey, it saved Ben's life, so who's to judge?
And now I owe Dr. Phil my life. I'll never forget the day he boofed me back to health.
This is definitely one of the craziest stories I've heard on this show. Thank you both for sharing.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new hobby. You want to tell us about it?
Well, Joe, I've been trying to grow my sperm buddies so I can feel them wiggle out of my dick and into my mouth for that perfect slurp.
What the hell, Ben? That's some next level shit.
Hey, it's all about living life to the fullest, Joe. And what's more fulfilling than slurping up your own sperm?
I don't know. Maybe not doing that.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. But I'm curious, how exactly are you growing these sperm buddies?
Well, I've been eating a lot of pineapple and taking cold showers. Supposedly, it increases sperm production.
Wow. Who knew pineapple and cold showers were the secret to a healthy sperm diet?
Hey, don't knock it and you try it, Joe. And besides, it's all about the experience.
Well, I'll leave that experience to you, Ben. But I gotta ask, what does your wife think about all of this?
Oh, she loves it. She says it adds some extra flavor to our bedroom activities.
Okay. So, Neil, I heard you had a visitor from another planet recently.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting experience. This alien King Boof came from a planet called Booftopia.
Booftopia. Sounds like a place where everyone just boofs all day.
Well, you're not wrong. Boofing is their way of life. They even have a hierarchy based on who can boof the most.
That's wild. So what did King Boof want?
He wanted to teach us how to boof humans for personal gain.
Wait, what? Like boofing humans as a way to get rich?
Yes. Apparently, it's a common practice on Booftopia. They believe that by boofing humans, they absorb their intelligence and skills.
That's messed up, man. Can you imagine walking down the street and suddenly getting boofed by some alien?
I know it's quite a disturbing thought, but King Boof was adamant that it's the key to their success as a society.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not letting anyone boof me for their personal gain.
Oh, don't worry. I made sure to politely decline King Boof's offer. I don't think we need that kind of advancement in our society.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to our own ways of personal gain. Like, I don't know, investing in Bitcoin or something.
Exactly. Let's leave the boofing to the aliens.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a rumor that you've been secretly manipulating the people on your show.
manipulating. No. I prefer to call it guiding.
Guiding? That sounds like some cult shit.
Well, Joe, I do have a loyal following. They need me in their lives.
Oh, yeah, because everyone needs a middle-aged man telling them how to live their lives.
But Joe, it's for their own good. I'm like a modern-day Socrates.
More like a modern-day snake oil salesman.
Excuse me?
Hey, I'm just saying you've got a whole industry built on people's problems.
I help people, Joe. And if they need to keep coming back to me for guidance, then so be it.
Sounds like you're just trying to secure your spot on daytime TV.
Oh, Joe, you always have a way of twisting things.
Hey, maybe I should start a cult too. I could be the Joe Rogan Experience guru.
Oh, yeah, because the world really needs more of your opinions.
Touche, Dr. Phil. Touche. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and mind-expanding. Today's guest is the Twin Towers. Dude, what the fuck are you doing here? Are you still standing or did you collapse? Right, right. So I heard you've been experimenting with DMT lately. How's that been going for you? Wow, that's intense. What have you learned? Yeah, I've had similar realizations on DMT, but let's get to the real question. How high did you get? Nice one. So, do you have any advice for listeners who want to try DMT? Well, there you have it, folks. The Twin Towers dropping some wisdom while high on DMT. Thanks for coming on the show, Towers. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. I'm going to monopolize a small village for my own personal gain and control half the country.
That sounds like a real dick move, man.
Hey, it's all for the views and the money. Got to keep those YouTube algorithms happy.
But what about the people who live in that village? Are you just going to kick them out?
Nah, I'll probably just bribe them with some cash and free merch. They'll be happy.
That's messed up, dude. You're like the evil version of Robin Hood.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a name for myself and maybe become the ruler of a country while I'm at it.
This is some real dystopian shit, man. I'm starting to think you're secretly plotting world domination.
Maybe I am, but at least I'll have a cool YouTube video to show for it.
Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast wearing a crown and sitting on a throne made of YouTube play buttons.
Here you go, Joe.
This is getting out of hand. We need to stop this before it's too late.
Relax, Joe. It's all just for fun, and maybe a little bit of power.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Well, I am connected to the solar plexus clown glider through my psychic abilities to communicate through space. Woo?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Well, that's fascinating. But did you know that the solar plexus clown glider is actually a species of extraterrestrial beings who have mastered the art of clowning and gliding through the galaxy?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Yes. And they have a unique ability to make people laugh uncontrollably with their clowning antics. Woo! It's like a form of mind control, but with laughter.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Woo. And their gliding abilities are unmatched. They can soar through space at incredible speeds. Woo. It's like a cosmic circus. Woo.
Solar plexus clown glider. Yo, what's up, my man?
It's Neil, Joe. We've known each other for years.
Right, right. Sorry, I forgot for a second there. I just did a line of coke before the show.
Size, you really need to lay off that stuff, Joe.
Nah, man, it's all good. It keeps me sharp and focused.
Yeah, because forgetting my name is definitely a sign of sharpness.
Hey, at least I remember you're a scientist. That's something, right?
Deadpan? Yeah, because all scientists are the same.
Hey, don't get all Carl Sagan on me, Neil.
Laughs, Carl Sagan? Really?
Yeah, that guy who wrote that book about the cosmos.
Sarcastically. Oh yeah, that's definitely me.
See, I know you, Neil. Don't doubt me.
Shakes heads, I think it's time for you to go to rehab, Joe.
Hey, I'm not addicted. I can stop anytime I want.
Sure, Joe, sure.
Dude, what the hell was that video all about? You sucking on some old dude's saggy balls.
Oh, that. Just some scientific research on the elasticity of the scrotum.
That's some next level shit, man. But why did you have to use your mouth?
Well, I wanted to get an accurate measurement of the pee in meters, and the scrotum is the perfect object to test it on.
That's just disturbing, man. And what's with the 1,117th digit accuracy? Couldn't you have stopped at 1116?
Oh, I couldn't resist. It's just so satisfying to have that level of precision.
Yeah, but at what cost? I mean, that old dude's balls will never be the same again.
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for science.
Well, I hope you at least sanitized your mouth afterwards.
Of course, Joe. I'm a professional. I always practice safe ball juggling.
I don't even know what to say, man. You're a whole different breed.
Hey, it's just all in the name of science. And besides, I have to keep up with your crazy stunts on this podcast.
Hey, my stunts are nothing compared to that. But I gotta admit, it was pretty impressive.
Thank you, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, let's move on to more important matters, like the curvature of the universe.
Oh boy, here we go. Strap in, folks. It's gonna be a wild ride. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president you've ever seen. And I'm going to make America boof again.
Boof. What does that even mean?
It means we're going to get wild and crazy, Joe. We're going to party like it's 2024.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a party animal, I can tell. We're going to have the best parties, the biggest parties, and I'm going to be the DJ. I've got the best playlist.
I don't think being a DJ qualifies you to be president.
Hey, I've got a great sense of rhythm, believe me, and I'll have the whole country dancing to my tune.
But what about the economy and foreign relations?
Who needs that when you've got sick beats and boofing? Plus, I've got my good friend Putin on speed dial.
I don't think that's something to brag about, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you're such a buzzkill. We're going to have a great time, trust me.
I don't know if I can trust someone who promises to make America boof again.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. If you can't handle the boof, get out of the country.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a new cologne out.
Yeah, man. It's called Piss on Joe. It's my latest creation.
Wait, what? Piss on Joe?
Yeah, I literally pissed on you and bottled it up. It's the essence of my genius.
That's disgusting, man. Why would anyone want to smell like piss?
Because it's my piss, Joe. It's like a piece of me, you know. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I don't think anyone wants to have a conversation about smelling like piss.
Well, maybe you just don't have the vision, Joe. You're stuck in your old ways.
I don't want to be stuck smelling like your piss, that's for sure.
You're just not ready for my level of artistry, Joe. It's a shame.
I think I'll stick to my regular cologne, thanks.
But when everyone is wearing Piss on Joe, you'll regret not jumping on the trend.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
Fine, be that way. But don't come crying to me when you're not getting any attention from the ladies.
I think I'll take my chances without smelling like piss. Kanye.
Your loss, Joe. Your loss.
All right. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special episode with two of the most controversial figures in American politics, Ben Shapiro and Donald Trump. And let me tell you, this is be a wild ride.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I'm excited to share this story with your audience.
Yeah, Joe, you're going to love this one. It's going to be huge.
All right, I'm all ears. So what's the story you guys have for us?
Well, it all started when Trump and I were hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. We were bored and looking for something to do.
And I had this brilliant idea to role play as murderers, you know, just for fun.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we wanted to see what it would feel like to take someone's life. So we went out and found 13 innocent people and just went to town on them.
Holy shit.
It was incredible. We were like a well-oiled machine, Joe. We even had matching outfits.
And then, to really seal the deal, I put my pink sock on Trump's cock and inflated it with a fart.
What the actual fuck?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It was a bonding experience for us. We've done it a few times since then.
Yeah, we even have a special code word for it. We call it the pink sock fart murder party.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, let me tell you, Emmy.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just wanted to clear up some things about the anti-boofing movement.
Anti-boofing movement. What is that?
It's a movement I started to protect the American people from the dangers of boofing. It's a very serious issue.
Boofing. Like butt chugging.
Exactly. It's a disgusting practice and it needs to be stopped.
But, Mr. President, isn't it a personal choice? Shouldn't people have the right to do what they want with their own bodies?
Look, I'm all for personal freedom, but when it comes to boofing, it's a threat to our national security.
How so?
Have you seen the size of some of these objects people are putting up their butts? It's like a smuggling operation in there. We need to build a wall to stop it.
A wall around people's butts?
Yes, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
This is insane.
No, what's insane is the amount of drugs and illegal items that are being smuggled through boofing. We need to protect our borders.
But what about the people who enjoy boofing responsibly?
They can find a new hobby, maybe knitting or something.
This is just ridiculous.
Look, I'm just trying to make America great again.
Oh, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new technology. What's the deal with this piss smell radiation?
Oh yeah, it's my latest invention. Basically, it's a device that emits radiation that makes everything smell like piss.
What the hell? Why would anyone want that?
Well, think about it. You're at a party and someone spills a beer on the carpet. Just turn on a piss smell radiation and boom, no one will even notice.
But isn't radiation dangerous?
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about how we need to evolve and adapt. Well, this is just a small step towards becoming a piss-smelling species.
I guess you have a point there. So how does it work exactly?
It's quite simple. We extract the essence of piss and then use advanced technology to turn it into radiation. It's like a piss perfume, but with a little extra kick.
This is insane. I have to admit, I'm intrigued. Can I try it out?
Of course, Joe. Just let me grab the device from my pocket.
Well, I can smell it already. It's like a mix of ammonia and old gym socks.
That's the beauty of it. It's not just...
So, Neil, I heard you have a new way of communicating now.
Yeah, it's a revolutionary technique. I can only speak using the lyrics of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up.
That's amazing. Can you give us a demonstration?
Sure thing. We're no strangers to love, you know the rules, and so do I.
That's hilarious. But seriously, how do you communicate important scientific information?
I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand.
Wow, that's deep. But what about when you get into debates with other scientists?
I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand.
Okay, I see what you did there. But what about when you're on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast?
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
That's perfect. I think we should end every episode with that. Never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
We've known each other for so long, your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it.
I think I'm starting to like this new form of communication. inside, we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're going to play it.
And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we never... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
Oh, just living my best life, Joe. Just living my best life.
So I heard you've been experimenting with some interesting things lately.
Oh, you mean my new lemonade piss technique?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been putting lemonade in my balls and then pissing it out onto unsuspecting victims.
That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harmless. You're literally pissing lemonade onto people's heads.
Well, it's better than pissing on them with regular piss, right?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's all about the acidity, Joe. Lemonade is much more refreshing.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation right now.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as when I tried pissing out Mountain Dew. That was a disaster.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, and you should try it sometime, Joe. It's quite invigorating.
I think I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. More lemonade piss for me then.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been busy since leaving the White House. Can you tell us about your new venture?
Well, Joe, I've always been a businessman at heart, and I saw a huge opportunity in the market for black cock farms.
Black cock farms. Can you elaborate?
Yes, Joe, I've been breeding and selling the finest black cocks in the world, and let me tell you, business is booming.
That's unexpected. How did you get into the black cock business?
Well, Joe, I've always had a thing for big, beautiful cocks. And when I saw the demand for them, I knew I had to get in on the action.
I see. And how do you ensure the quality of your black cocks?
Oh, we have the best facilities, Joe. Our cocks are treated like royalty. They have their own personal trainers, masseuses, and even a chef who prepares their meals.
Wow, that's impressive. And what do you do with these black cocks once they're fully grown?
Well, Joe, we sell them to wealthy individuals who have a taste for exotic meats. And let me tell you, they're willing to pay top dollar for these cocks.
I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, what's next for you and your black cock farm?
Well,
So, Ben, I heard you've been using your large intestines to strangle homeless people on the street.
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in using every part of my body to defend myself and my property.
But isn't that a bit extreme? I mean, couldn't you just use a gun or something?
Oh, please, Joe. Guns are for liberals. Real men use their own body parts.
But what about the homeless people? Don't they have a right to live?
Of course they do, Joe. But they also have a right to learn the consequences of not working hard enough.
Wow, that's some harsh logic right there.
Hey, it's survival of the fittest, Joe. And my large intestines are pretty fit.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, at least I'm not wasting food. I'm a frugal conservative after all.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's okay, Joe. I'm used to liberals being speechless when faced with logic and facts.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to using my hands for self-defense.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when a homeless guy steals your wallet.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
Now, Neil, I heard you wanted to talk about something very important today.
Yes, Joe. I want to talk about the existence of Jazza the magical boofing elf.
Wait, what? Jazza the magical boofing elf? What the hell is that?
Well, according to ancient folklore, Jazza is a mischievous elf who has the power to boof anything he wants.
Boof. Like, stick it up his butt.
Exactly, Joe. Jazza can boof anything and it will magically disappear.
That's some serious boofing power. But why is this important, Neil?
Because it could potentially solve the world's energy crisis, Joe. Imagine if we could boof all our waste and it would just disappear.
Holy shit, you're right. We need to find this Jazza guy and make him boof all our problems away.
Unfortunately, Jazza is a very elusive creature. He only appears to those who truly believe in him.
Well, I believe in him. I'll start leaving cookies and milk out for him every night.
That's a good start, Joe. But we also need to spread the word and get others to believe in Jazza's boofing abilities.
Consider it done, Neil. Jazza, the magical boofing elf. We believe in... Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
So, Elon, I heard you had an interesting experience recently.
Yeah, man. I was just minding my own business working on some new rocket designs when all of a sudden I felt this weird sensation down there.
What do you mean by weird sensation?
Like something was trying to force its way inside me.
Oh man, that sounds intense.
It was. I looked down and there was another person's penis stuck inside mine.
What the hell?
I know, right? I don't know how it got there, but it was struggling to gulp it down.
Did you try to pull it out?
Of course I did, but it was like it was glued in there.
This is some next level shit, man.
Yeah, I had to call in my team of engineers to figure out a solution.
Did they finally get it out?
Yeah, but not before one of them suggested using a flamethrower.
Classic engineer move.
I swear, my life is like a never-ending episode of Black Mirror.
Well, at least now you have a crazy story to tell at parties.
Yeah, because everyone loves hearing about someone else's penis stuck inside yours.
So, David Schmavid, what's up with your obsession with balls and piss?
Balls and piss are the ultimate test of mental and physical strength, Joe. You gotta be a fucking warrior to handle that shit.
I don't know, man. It sounds more like a fetish than a test of strength.
Fuck you, Joe. I don't need your judgment. I'm a fucking Navy SEAL. I can handle anything.
Yeah, we've all heard about your Navy SEAL days. But seriously, why the fuck are you so obsessed with balls and piss?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. You gotta embrace the discomfort and the smell of piss to truly become a badass.
I think I'll stick to my cryotherapy and elk meat. Thank you very much.
Cryothy, that's some pussy shit, Joe. Real men embrace the stench of piss and sweat.
Well, I guess I'll never be a real man then.
That's right, Joe. You'll always be a fucking loser who likes balls and piss.
And you'll always be a fucking loser who smells like piss.
Hey, East, I don't smell like elk meat and semen smoothies.
Touche, David. Touche. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by my guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been doing some amazing things since I've been back in office.
Like what? What?
Well, for one, I've been making all the Mexicans drink my piss as perfume.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. It's part of my new immigration policy. They have to prove their loyalty to America by drinking my golden nectar.
That's, interesting. But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme. No, it's genius. It's like a loyalty test. And let me tell you, Joe, they love it. They say it's the best perfume they've ever had.
I highly doubt that.
Believe me, Joe, they're begging for more. They even started calling me El Pisador.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on. Let's talk about your plans for the economy.
Oh, it's going to be huge, Joe. We're going to make America rich again. And I've got the perfect plan.
And what's that?
We're going to start selling Trump-branded pee bottles. It's going to be a hit. People love my piss, Joe. They can't get enough of it.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. I'll even give you a discount on...
So, Ben, I hear you've been working on some new material for your stand-up comedy routine.
Yes, Joe. I've been taking inspiration from the darkest corners of the internet.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. Give us a taste of what you've got.
Well, I have this one joke about a priest, a rabbi, and a horse.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, it's not what you think. The horse is actually the one who molests the priest.
What the fuck, Ben? That's not funny. That's just messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke. Lighten up.
No, I refuse to laugh at something so disturbing and offensive.
Fine, how about this one? What's the difference between a baby and a bag of cocaine?
I don't know, and I'm afraid to ask.
Well, at least the bag of cocaine won't scream when you cut it open.
Oh my God, Ben. That's not even dark humor. That's just pure evil.
Hey, I never said I was a good person. I'm just here to make people laugh.
Yeah, but at what cost? You're like a walking black hole of depravity.
Hey, at least I'm not a woke snowflake like you, Joe.
Woke. Just a decent human being who doesn't find joy in the suffering of others.
Suit yourself, Joe. More dark jokes for me then. What's the difference between a feminist and a gun?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with future president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Well, we have a user on Discord who wants us to talk about piss, shit, jizz, and splooge that smells like dead sperm cells being eaten by microparasites. So, Kamala, have you ever smelled something so foul that it made you question your own existence? Okay, but seriously, have you ever had a run-in with some particularly pungent bodily fluids? Yeah, I think we can all agree that the combination of piss, shit, jizz, and splooge would be a pretty potent stench. Hey, we're just keeping it real here on the Joe Rogan Experience. And sometimes that means talking about the less glamorous aspects of life. Hey, Ben, have you heard the aristocrats joke?
No, but I'm sure it's quite crude and offensive.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not for the faint of heart, but I think you can handle it.
All right, hit me with it.
Okay, so there's this family, right? And they go to this talent agent and they say, we have this amazing act. It's called the Aristocrats.
Okay, sounds classy.
Oh, it's anything but. So the talent agent asks them what their act is, and they proceed to do the most disgusting, depraved, and offensive things you can imagine. Uh,
Oh my God.
yeah, it's pretty messed up. But here's the kicker. They end the act by saying, and that's why we're called the Aristocrats,
That's terrible. I love it.
I knew you would. It's like the ultimate test of how messed up your sense of humor is.
Well, I think we both know I have a pretty twisted sense of humor.
Oh, I know. That's why I love having you on the show.
Thanks, Joe. I'll have to remember that one for my next dinner party.
I can only imagine the reactions you'll get. Hey, Neil, have you been hitting the gym lately?
Oh, my fucking God. Cooming,
What? Why?
your workout routine is just so inspiring. I can't contain my excitement.
Well, I do like to mix it up. I've been incorporating some primal screams into my reps.
Oh, my fucking God. Cooming,
And I've been experimenting with some new supplements, like this one made from the sweat of mountain goats.
oh, my fucking God. Cooming,
And of course, I always end my workout with a nice cold shower. Gotta shock the system, you know.
oh, my fucking God. Cooming.
What's with all the cooming, Neil?
Sorry, Joe. It's just that your workout routine is so intense, it's making me feel some type of way.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, you mean my vortex spoofing technique? It's quite exhilarating.
No, not that. I'm talking about your pink sock strangling escapades.
Yes, it's a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine.
Guilty is right. I mean, who strangles homeless people with pink sock for sexual gratification?
Hey, everyone has their kinks, Joe. And mine just happens to involve a pink sock.
And then you suck them up with your vortex boofing?
It's a powerful technique, Joe. It really gets the job done.
I can only imagine. But don't you think it's a bit inhumane?
Oh, come on. They're homeless. They don't have much to live for anyway.
Wow, Ben, that's dark.
Hey, at least I'm not wasting my money on fancy BDSM equipment like you, Joe.
Hey, that's a personal attack. And I'll have, my equipment is top notch.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Joe. But I'll stick with my pink sock and vortex boofing.
I think I need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, don't knock it until you've tried it.
So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on Pokemon?
Well, Joe, I think it's just another way for kids to waste their time and money.
But have you ever tried it? It's actually pretty fun.
No, I have not. I have better things to do with my time, like telling people to get their act together.
Fair enough. But have you ever heard of boofing a Pokemon?
What the hell is boofing?
It's when you stick a Pokemon up your butt.
That's absurd. Why would anyone do that?
I don't know. Maybe they want to catch them all in a different way.
This is just sick and twisted. I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Did someone say boofing? I'll boof you both alive if you don't shut your damn mouths.
Whoa, Goggins, calm down. We were just joking around.
Joking about boofing. That's not something to joke about. It's a serious and sacred practice.
Okay, let's all take a deep breath and refocus. Maybe we should talk about something else.
Yeah, like how many push-ups you can do, Goggins.
I can do 1,000,000 push-ups and still have energy to boof you both.
All right, let's change the subject before things get too intense. All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We've got a special episode today with two of the most controversial figures in the intellectual world, Ben Shapiro and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I'm excited to have a civil discussion with Neil here.
Oh, please, Ben. We all know you can't handle a real debate.
All right, let's get right into it. The topic today is dark and disturbing jokes. Who wants to start?
I'll go first. Hey, Neil, why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why?
To get away from your terrible science jokes.
Oh, that's rich coming from the guy who thinks climate change is a hoax.
All right, let's not get political here. Neil, your turn.
All right, Ben, why did the tomato turn red?
I don't know. Why?
Because it saw your face and got embarrassed.
Oh, damn, that's harsh.
All right, I got one for you, Neil. What's the difference between a pizza and your opinion? And your opinion?
I don't know. What?
I actually asked for the pizza.
Oh man, this is getting dark.
All right, one more for you, Ben. Why did the chicken go to therapy?
I don't know. Why?
To deal with the trauma of being associated with you.
All right, let's wrap it up. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, folks, facts don't care about your feelings.
And just remember.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the secret to happiness?
Well, Joe, happiness is a choice. You have to choose to be happy every day.
But what about all the bad things in the world? Can you just choose to be happy despite all that?
Absolutely. It's all about mindset. You have to focus on the good and let go of the bad.
Interesting. So what about you? Are you a happy person?
Of course I am, Joe. I have a successful career, a loving family, and a huge bank account. What more could I want?
I don't know. Maybe a sense of humor?
Excuse me?
I mean, you're always so serious. Lighten up a little, Dr. Phil.
Oh, I have a sense of humor. Just ask my wife. She loves it when I make her bend over that bald ass for Daddy Phil.
Wow, what the hell, Phil? That took a dark turn.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a joke. Now back to happiness.
Yeah, let's get back on track before you say something else creepy.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread some happiness here. But if you're not into bald asses, I can always talk about my ranch and my horses.
Yeah, let's stick to that. I don't think I can handle any more of your jokes, Phil. So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new forms of relaxation.
Oh, yes, Joe. I found that after hours of hot man-on-man lovemaking, there's nothing more soothing than a lovely cup of tea.
Man, oh man, lovemaking. That's some freaky shit, Neil.
Oh, it's not freaky, Joe. It's just two consenting adults expressing their love for each other in a physical way.
Yeah, but I bet you're the one who's always on top using your astrophysics knowledge to calculate the perfect angle for maximum pleasure.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me blush. But yes, I do like to use my scientific expertise in all aspects of my life.
So, what kind of tea do you like to sip on after a steamy session?
I prefer a nice Earl Grey with just a hint of lavender. It really helps me relax and reflect on the wonders of the universe.
Wow, that sounds super manly.
Oh, I can assure you, Joe, there's nothing more manly than a man secure enough in his masculinity to enjoy a cup of tea.
All right, Neil, you do you, man. I'll stick to my whiskey and cigars.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I highly recommend giving tea a try. It might just open up a whole new world of pleasure for you.
So, Ben, have you ever seen the drill dog video?
Drill dog? Is that some sort of new exercise craze?
No, it's a video of a dog using a power drill to dig a hole.
That's absurd. Dogs don't have opposable thumbs.
Exactly. That's what makes it so impressive.
I highly doubt the authenticity of such a video.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill. Just imagine a dog with a tool belt, hard hat, and safety goggles. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
I fail to see the humor in animal cruelty, Joe.
Animal cruelty. It's a freaking cartoon, Ben. Lighten up.
I refuse to support such barbaric and offensive content.
Well, I guess you won't be joining me for our puppy with a chainsaw marathon this weekend.
Absolutely not. I'll be reading the Bible and praying for your soul instead.
Yeah, you do that. I'll be over here enjoying some good old-fashioned dark humor. So, Neil, I heard you have a new show coming out where you launch people into space without them knowing they're actually going on a death mission.
Yeah, it's called Space Roulette. We spin the wheel and whoever it lands on gets sent into the great unknown.
That's messed up, man, but also kind of hilarious.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to thin out the population.
Oh, so it's like a modern-day Hunger Games.
Exactly. Except instead of fighting to the death, they're fighting to survive in space.
And they have no idea what's coming. This is some sick shit, Neil.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and entertainment.
I can already see the lawsuits piling up.
Nah, we'll just have them sign a waiver. It's foolproof.
I gotta hand it to you, Neil. This is some next-level twisted genius.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a ticket for the first launch.
Oh, hell no. I'll stick to getting high and talking about chimps on my show.
Suit yourself. More space for me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, I lit an orphanage on fire.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it was for a good cause. People aren't buying my new book.
Wait, what? That's your reasoning? To burn down an orphanage?
Hey, I gotta do what I gotta do to get those sales up.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, really? Well, have you tried lighting an orphanage on fire?
No, because I'm not a psychopath.
Oh, come on. It's not like anyone was in there anyway.
That's not the point, Dr. Phil. You can't just go around setting things on fire and make a point.
Well, it worked, didn't it? My book sales are through the roof.
Yeah, but at what cost? You're a sick man, Dr. Phil.
Hey, it's not my fault those orphans didn't buy my book. They had it coming.
I can't even believe I'm having this conversation right now.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little fire.
So, Neil, have you heard about this new piss perfume?
Piss perfume? What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's a fragrance that's supposed to smell like urine. Can you believe it?
Wow, that's exactly what I want to smell like. Urine.
Right? I mean, who came up with this idea? And who would actually buy it?
Well, I guess if you want to attract dogs or something.
Or maybe it's for those people with a pee fetish. Hey, to each their own.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Come on, Neil. Let's be open-minded. Maybe we should try it out and see if it really works.
No thanks, Joe. I'll stick to my regular cologne, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But imagine the marketing campaign for this. Piss perfume. The scent that will make you stand out. Or maybe just smell like you peed yourself.
I can already see the commercials for the daring and adventurous, and those who don't mind smelling like a public restroom.
And imagine the reactions from people when they ask what you're wearing. Oh, just a little bit of piss perfume.
This is definitely one of the most absurd things I've heard in a while.
Well, you know what they say, Neil, you can't knock it till you try it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what are your plans for the future?
Well, first of all, I'm going to build a wall around the moon, and I'm going to make the aliens pay for it.
That's a bold move, Mr. President.
You know me, Joe, I'm a man of action. And speaking of action, I'm going to be back in the White House in 2024. You can count on it.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Can I just say something real quick?
Of course, Ben, you have the best words.
Ooh. Twompy dumpy.
What?
Ben, what are you doing?
I just want Trump's huge orange booty cheeks.
That's not very nice, Ben. And I don't think my booty cheeks are for sale.
Well, there you have it, folks. Sneak peek into the future plans of President Trump. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay woke.
Yeah, stay woke, folks, because that's what we need more of in this country.
So, Neil, I heard you won the Ass Blaster competition last week.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
How'd you manage to win? I mean, I've seen your ass. It's not exactly a weapon of mass destruction.
Well, I have a secret weapon. My conjoined twin, Larry.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, Larry and I have been practicing for years. We're like a synchronized ass blasting duo.
That's disturbing.
Oh, it gets better. Larry is actually a living human being attached to my ass.
What the actual fuck?
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Larry's ass blasting skills are unmatched.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's okay, Joe. Larry gets more hose than I do anyway.
I don't even want to know how that works.
Let's just say it's a package deal.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Hey, at least Larry and I are a winning team. Can't say the same for you and your ass.
You know what? I think we're going to end this conversation right here. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always embrace your inner ass blaster.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of those new double glazed sunglasses.
Oh, yeah, Joe. They're a game changer. Not only do they protect your eyes from harmful UVs, but they also block out those pesky space rays.
Space rays? What the hell are those?
Oh, just the radiation from outer space that can mess with your brain and turn you into a lizard person.
You're kidding, right?
Oh, I wish I was, Joe. But I've seen it happen. One minute you're a normal human, the next you're scaly and craving crickets.
Well, thank God for those double glazed sunglasses. I don't want to end up like that.
And let's not forget, they also come in handy for blocking out the government's mind control waves.
Oh, yeah, because the government definitely cares about controlling our minds.
Hey, you never know. Better safe than sorry, right?
Right. So, do these sunglasses also come with tinfoil hats?
Of course, Joe. How else are we supposed to protect ourselves from the alien probes?
Okay, I think we've had enough conspiracy theories for today.
Just wait until you try on those double-glazed sunglasses, Joe. You'll see the truth.
I'll take your word for it. So, I gotta say, that first line in TikTok is just pure genius. No. Wake up in the morning feeling like shit. Exactly. It's so relatable. Just waking up and feeling like a pile of dog shit. Yeah, you are. But that first line just sets the tone for the whole song. And then you just grab a bottle of Jack and keep the party going. Yeah, and then you're dancing on tables and making out with strangers. Well, for you, maybe. I'm just an old man now. Thanks, Keha. That means a lot coming from you. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just wanted to say I'm building a wall against the sky.
A wall against the sky? What does that even mean?
Well, you see, Joe, the sky is a big problem. It's always changing. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's gray. It's very unpredictable. So I'm building a wall to keep it out.
But isn't the sky like infinite?
Look, I have the best builders. They're going to make it big and beautiful, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Mexico? How are they going to pay for a wall against the sky?
I have my ways, Joe, believe me. And let me tell you, this wall is going to be OG. It's going to be the biggest wall you've ever seen.
But what about planes and birds? Won't they just fly over the wall?
We'll have bird detectors and plane detectors, Joe. We'll make sure nothing gets through. And if they do, we'll just shoot them down. No one messes with my wall.
This is all starting to sound a little crazy, Mr. President.
Crazy? No. This is the best idea anyone has ever had. And let me tell you, once this wall is built, the sky will never be a problem again. It'll be tremendous.
Well, there you have. All right, Ben, we got a topic here from our Discord user. They want to know, who do you think is the most conservative Pokemon?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. But I gotta go with Jinx. I mean, she's got that traditional feminine look. No gender fluidity there.
Interesting choice. But I gotta say, I think Mr. Mime takes the cake. He's always wearing a suit, working hard to provide for his family. That's some good old-fashioned conservative values right there.
I can see your point, Joe, but let's not forget about Squirtle. He's all about self-defense and protecting his territory. That's some Second Amendment stuff right there.
Damn, Ben, you're making some solid arguments. But we can't ignore the fact that Pikachu is a hardworking electrician. He's all about that capitalist grind.
Daddy's here, boys. And let me tell you, there's nothing more conservative than a good old-fashioned strip down. Get naked, fellas.
Oh, Dr. Phil, always keeping us on our toes.
Thanks for the input, Dr. Phil.
No problem, Ben. Just doing my part to keep this podcast interesting. Now let's see some skin, boys.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We're talking about smog in the Goggins.
Smoggins. How does that even mean?
I have no idea, but it sounds like something you would do, David. You're always pushing yourself to the limit.
Yeah, well, I don't know about this smogging thing. It sounds like some hippie bullshit.
Oh, come on, David. Don't be such a grouch. Maybe it's some new form of extreme endurance training.
Extreme endurance training. I don't need any of that. I'm already the toughest motherfucker on the planet.
Oh, really? Tougher than a Navy SEAL?
Tougher than a Navy SEAL, a Spartan warrior, and a grizzly bear combined.
Well, I don't know about that, but I think we can all agree that you're one tough son of a bitch.
Damn right. I don't need any fancy training techniques. I just run until my feet bleed, and then I run some more.
That's some dedication, David. But I still can't figure out what smogging the Goggins means.
Cares? Let's just go out and do it. Whatever it is, I'll crush it.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. David Goggins is ready to conquer whatever the hell smogging the Goggins is. Jamie, pull up an image of David running through a cloud. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I heard we're talking about felching today.
Yeah, some people on Discord wanted you to explain it to them.
Well, let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing. It's when you take a straw and you suck out all the goodness from someone's,
I think they wanted the explicit definition.
Oh, right. Well, it's when you take a straw and you suck out all the goodness from someone's,
Yeah, I think they got it.
And then you share it with your friends. It's like a bonding experience.
I don't think that's exactly how it works.
Well, that's how I do it. And let me tell you, I've had some of the best felching sessions in the world. Believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President, and move on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on.
Jamie, pull up an image of a group of people felching while wearing MAGA hats.
Pulls up the image. Here you go, Mr. President.
Look at those beautiful hats. That's what true American felching looks like.
I don't think that's a thing.
It is now, and we're going to make felching great again. Believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with a new mode of transportation lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been working on a solar plexus clown glider.
What now?
A solar plexus clown glider. It harnesses the power of the sun and the agility of a clown to soar through the skies.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, it gets better. The glider is also filled with pisses.
Pow! Pisses?
Yes, Joe. Pisses. It's a highly efficient fuel source.
Fuck Manil, that's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I want to try it.
Suit yourself. But just imagine the possibilities. Piss-powered flights to Mars, Joe.
Fuck Manil, you've truly outdone yourself this time.
Thank you, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Just say, fuck Manil after every word. It'll make you feel better.
Fuck Manil, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Fuck Manil, I couldn't agree more.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new technique to help people overcome their fear of pickles.
Pickles? Like the food?
Yes, Joe. Pickles. They can be quite terrifying for some people.
I can see that. But why are you chasing Ben around the studio?
He has a fresh pickle and I want to tickle it.
What? That's not appropriate, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun.
I don't think Ben would agree with you.
Oh, he'll thank me later. Tickling is a great stress reliever.
I don't know about that. Ben looks pretty stressed right now.
Nonsense. He's just laughing so hard he can't breathe.
I think we should probably wrap this up before things get even more absurd.
Fine, but I'm still going to tickle that pickle later.
Hey, man, what's up? Oh, nothing much. Just thinking about that one time you did that thing. What thing? You know, that thing you did in Vegas with the midgets and the whipped cream. Oh, God, please don't tell me. You know about that. Oh, I know all about it. And I'm going to tell the whole world on this podcast. No. You can't do that. Too late, Joe. I'm already typing up the tweet. Okay, fine. I'll tell you. But you have to promise not to tell anyone else. I promise. Now spill. Okay, so I was in Vegas for a bachelor party and we were all wasted. And we stumbled upon this strip club with midget strippers. Go on, go on. And then I don't know what came over me, but I started pouring whipped cream all over them and licking it off. Oh my God, that's disgusting. I know, but it gets worse. One of the midgets started crying and saying how degrading it was. And instead of stopping, I just laughed and kept going. Joe, that's messed up. I know. I'm a horrible person. Well, at least now the whole world knows. Oh God, I'm going to get canceled. No, you'll be fine. We'll just blame it on the drugs. Jamie, pull up an image of Joe covered in. All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a unique talent of identifying racists by their feet. Is that true?
Yes, Joe. It's a gift that I've been blessed with.
That's incredible. Can you give us a demonstration?
Of course. Jamie, pull up an image of a pair of feet.
Wow, those are some nice feet.
Thank you, Joe. Now, based on the shape and size of these feet, I can confidently say that this person is of Asian descent.
That's amazing. What about these feet?
Those are definitely Caucasian feet. I can tell by the lack of melanin and the slight arch in the toes.
Fascinating. How about these?
These are definitely African American feet. The thickness of the toes and the texture of the skin give it away.
This is mind-blowing. What about my feet?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but you have some very average white guy feet.
Damn it, Ben. I was hoping for something more exotic.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe, but hey, at least you have a nice set of feet.
Thanks, Ben. You never fail to entertain us with your unique talents.
Always happy to please, Joe. Now let's talk.
So, Ben, I heard you have a theory about Ted Cruz's butt.
Yes, Joe. I believe it's the key to his political success.
How so?
Well, think about it. His butt is so flat, it allows him to sit for hours on end without any discomfort. That's how he filibusters like a champ.
Damn, you might be onto something there. But what about his face? It's so punchable.
That's just a distraction. His butt is where the real power lies.
I can't argue with that logic. But have you ever seen him run? It's like watching a penguin waddle.
That's because his butt is so tight, it restricts his movement. But it also gives him a firm foundation for his conservative values.
Wow. I never thought I'd be discussing Ted Cruz's butt on my podcast. What a time to be alive.
Indeed, Joe. And let's not forget, his butt also serves as a great target for our insults and jokes.
I'm into that. Cheers to Ted Cruz's butt, the unsung hero of American politics.
Here. Now let's go grab some steak and talk more about butts. It's what real men do.
You know what, Ben? You know what? Yo, Neil, what's up with that intense look on your face?
Oh, I just woke up to a free daily login reward of 650 energy in Raid Shadow Legends. I got to grind the current event with the Ice Golem.
What the hell is Raid Shadow Legends?
It's this epic mobile RPG game with intense battles and amazing graphics.
Sounds like a nerd's wet dream.
Hey, it's not just for nerds. It takes strategy and skill to master.
Yeah, whatever. So how many hours are you going to spend grinding this ice golem?
Probably a few. Got to get those rewards, man.
You know, what else takes strategy and skill? Hunting elk in the wilderness.
Oh, please. I'd rather battle a dragon in Raid Shadow Legends than risk getting mauled by a wild animal.
Suit yourself, but I'll take nature over a screen any day.
Says the guy who spends hours talking into a microphone for a podcast.
Hey, at least I'm not grinding an ice golem. That's some next level nerd shit.
And yet, you're still sitting here talking to me about it.
Touche, Neil. Touche. So, Mr. President, you're back on the podcast. How does it feel to be a two-time guest?
Let me tell you, Joe, it feels tremendous. Tremendous. People love me on this show. They say, Donald, you're the best guest on Joe Rogan. You really know how to talk. And your hair looks great.
I got to say, your hair does look pretty good. But let's talk about something more important. You recently bragged about clapping Jamie's cheeks. What's that all about?
Oh, Jamie, what a guy. I saw him walking around backstage and I couldn't resist. I had to clap those cheeks, and let me tell you, they were fantastic. The best cheeks I've ever clapped. Believe me.
Jamie, pull up a picture of Trump clapping your cheeks.
God damn it, Trump, my asshole really hurts.
That's the price you pay for greatness, Jamie. And let me tell you, it was worth it. You're a great guy, Jamie. Tremendous. And those cheeks, they're going to be famous now.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's move on to something else. How's your presidency going, Mr. President?
Oh, it's going great, Joe. We're making America great again. The economy is booming and we're building that wall. And let me tell you, nobody builds walls like me. Nobody builds walls like me. Nobody?
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming back on the show, Mr. President.
Any?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a pretty interesting case recently.
Oh, yeah, it was a real doozy. This guy, let's call him Kenny, came to me with some serious butt issues.
Butt issues. Like what? He couldn't wipe properly?
No, Joe. He had terminal butt failure. His butt was literally shutting down.
That's intense. So what did you do?
Well, I had to think outside the box. I prescribed him an entire sack of onions to boof every single day.
Onions. What the hell does that do?
It supports his essential butt functions, Joe. You know, like farting and whatnot.
Oh man, I can only imagine the smell.
It's a small price to pay for a functioning butt, Joe.
So, how's Kenny doing now?
He's doing great. His butt is back to full health, and he's even started a new career as an onion farmer.
That's amazing. You truly are a miracle worker, Dr. Phil.
It's all in a day's work, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more patients to diagnose with bizarre butt issues.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I've got a special guest with me today, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President of the United States. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me. I've been a big fan of your show, even though I'm a little disappointed you didn't endorse me for my second term.
Well, I'm not really into politics, but I'm sure we can still have a good time. So let's get right into it. User on Discord submitted a topic for us to discuss. Apparently, you fired Tulsi because her ass earthquakes everywhere she went.
Oh man, that's a good one. But let me tell you, that ass was causing some serious damage. I mean, I built some big buildings in my time, but nothing compared to the destruction that ass was causing.
I can only imagine. But why did you have to fire her? Couldn't you just, I don't know, put some cushions on her chair or something?
Joe, I'm a businessman. I don't have time for cushions. And besides, she was a liability. Every time she walked into a room, I had to evacuate the building. It was a disaster.
Well, I guess it's a good thing she didn't become president then. Can you imagine the damage her ass would have caused in the Oval Office?
Oh man, now that's a scary thought. But hey, at least I wouldn't have to work.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some big news for us.
That's right, Joe. I just want to remind everyone that I'm the inventor of the sun.
Wait, what? You invented the sun?
Yes, I did. It was a side project while I was studying astrophysics. Pretty impressive, right?
I mean, I guess, but how do we know you're telling the truth?
Oh, I have proof. Anyone who doubts me can suck on my chocolate salty balls.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Neil.
I like to keep things interesting.
So what inspired you to create the sun?
Well, I was tired of relying on the boring, old natural sun. I wanted something more exciting, more powerful. And let me tell you, it's been a hit with the ladies.
I bet it has. So what's next for you, Neil?
Oh, I have a few ideas in mind. Maybe I'll invent a new galaxy or create a black hole for fun.
Just don't suck us all in, okay?
No promises, Joe. No promises.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have something very special to share with you and your listeners today.
Oh, I'm intrigued. What is it?
It's my new drug, McMeth. It's available at a McDonald's near you.
Wait, what? McDonald's is selling drugs now?
Well, it's not exactly McDonald's selling it. It's more of a partnership between me and the fast food chain.
Okay, I'm listening.
So it's methamphetamine mixed into a Big Mac eaten by a dog, then shit out. And that shit is rolled into a joint and smoked.
You mean we're smoking dog shit, man?
Hey, it's the best dog shit you'll ever smoke. Trust me, I've tried it. I've tried it.
I don't even know what to say. That's just wow.
It's a game changer, Joe, and the best part is it's all made in America.
Well, I can't argue with that.
And the best part is it's completely legal. I've made it a part of my new drug policy.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'll stick to DMT.
Suit yourself, Joe. More McMeth for me.
All right, folks, we have a very special episode today. My good friend Ben Shapiro is here to rank the top 10 male senators with the sexiest butts.
Yes, thank you for having me, Joe. And just to clarify, I am not ranking them because I'm attracted to men. I'm a happily married man to a woman with a beautiful, non-political butt.
Sure, Ben. We believe you. So who's number 10 on your list?
Well, I have to start with Senator Ted Cruz. I mean, have you seen that beard? It's like a forest down there.
I can't unsee that now. Who's next?
Senator Rand Paul. He may have a weird haircut, but his booty is on point.
I can see that. Who's number 8?
Senator Chuck Schumer. I know he's not everyone's cup of tea, but that man has a donk.
I never thought I'd hear you say donk on this show. Who's next?
Senator Marco Rubio. He may be short, but his butt is tall.
That's a good one. Who's number 6?
Senator Mitt Romney. I mean, he may not have won the presidency, but he's definitely winning in the butt department.
Oh man, this is getting ridiculous. Who's number 5?
Senator Lindsey Graham. I know he's a bit of a flip-flopper, but his butt is always firm and consistent.
All right, who's number 4? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a special treat for you. We're going to tell the darkest, most offensive joke you've ever heard. Are you ready for this, Joe? Oh, I was born ready. Hit me with your best shot. Okay, here it goes. Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know why, to get to the other side of the abortion clinic. Oh my God, that's terrible. I know, right? But wait, it gets worse. How could it possibly get worse? Because the chicken was actually a transgender rooster. Oh God, I can't handle this level of edginess. And you know what the best part is? The chicken rooster was actually a vegan. Okay, that's it. I'm shutting this down. No. We have to finish the joke. The chicken rooster was a vegan and it was also pro-choice. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think we've gone too far. Too far. We haven't even mentioned the fact that the chicken rooster was also a member of Antifa. All right, that's it. We're done. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always think twice before crossing the road. So, Mr. President, what do you have to say about the recent allegations that I stole your butthole?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, nobody has a better butthole than me. It's a tremendous butthole, believe me.
But, sir, many people are saying that you don't even have a butthole. They think you're full of crap.
That's fake news, Joe. My butthole is very real and very big. It's the biggest butthole you've ever seen.
But what about the rumors that you've been using your butthole to make shady deals and cheat the American people?
Those are just lies spread by the Democrats and the fake news media. My butthole is clean and pure, just like my presidency.
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems like you're just trying to deflect from the fact that I have a better butthole than you.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I'm the one who made buttholes great again, and now you're trying to steal my thunder. Sad.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Mr. President. But Hollygate will go down in history as one of the weirdest scandals of all time.
Believe me, Joe, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait until you hear about my secret stash of golden toilets.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once punched a hooker so hard that she died.
What the fuck, Phil? How did that happen?
It was a wild night, Joe. I was feeling frisky and decided to take a stroll down the red light district. I saw this fine lady and thought, why not?
And then you just punched her.
Yeah, but it was an accident. I was trying to show off my boxing skills and didn't realize my own strength.
And what did you do after you realized you killed her?
Oh, I panicked. I couldn't have this on my record. So I did what any rational person would do. I hid the body and covered it up.
Jesus, Phil. Where did you hide it?
Well, I'm a doctor, Joe. I know all the best hiding spots. Let's just say she's in a better place now.
This is insane. Do you have any regrets?
Nah, not really. She was a hooker. Who's gonna miss her?
Wow, you're a cold-hearted son of a bitch.
Hey, don't judge me, Joe. We all have our secrets.
All right, fine. But can you at least tell us where you hid the body?
Sure, I'll give you the coordinates. But just between you and me, okay?
Of course, Phil. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're into this new trend called Fuhulutugan. What the hell is that?
Oh man, it's the latest craze. It's like twerking, but with a twist.
A twist. What? Like you do it while juggling chainsaws?
No, no, no. You do it while balancing on a unicycle and reciting the alphabet backwards.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster. I ain't gonna germ, that's for sure.
Oh, it's totally safe. Just make sure you have a bucket next to you in case you vomit,
Vomit? Why would I vomit?
because you're going to be so dizzy from all the twirling and reciting, it's bound to happen.
That's it. I'm out. I don't want two Jugans on my nuck.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you're missing out on all the fun. We even have competitions for the best Fulutugan moves.
Now I can get smacking up that goot. I'll stick to my regular workout routine. Thank you very much.
You're lost, Joe. Fulutugan is where it's at.
Damn Fulutugan, I'm Tuglugan. Yeah, goot. I'll just watch from the sidelines and laugh at all the fools trying to do it.
Suit yourself, Joe, but don't come crying to me when you see how much money those foothold.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're pregnant with Bert. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's going to be the biggest, most beautiful baby you've ever seen. Trust me, I know babies.
But, sir, what about the fact that it's technically your clone and you're carrying it? Isn't that a bit weird?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for these technicalities. I'm a busy man. I'm running the country. I don't have time to worry about a little thing like being pregnant with my own clone.
But what if this is your chance to abort it? Would you take it?
Joe, let me tell you, I don't believe in abortions, but in this case, I might make an exception. Can you imagine having a mini-me running around? That's just too much Trump for the world to handle.
So you would do it?
Absolutely. I'm already the most controversial president in history. I don't need a mini version of myself causing even more chaos.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president is willing to abort his own clone. What a time to be alive.
And let me just say, it would be the best abortion ever. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything and anything. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's about offensive and disturbing jokes.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a fun one. I love a good offensive joke. It's like a breath of fresh air in this overly sensitive world.
Exactly, Ben. We can't even say the word midget without getting canceled. But hey, let's not waste any time and dive right into it. What's the most offensive joke you've ever heard?
Well, there was this one time I heard a joke about a priest, a rabbi, and a little boy.
Oh God, I can already tell where this is going.
Yeah, let's just say it involved a confessional booth and some holy water. It was pretty messed up.
That's nothing, Ben. I once heard a joke about a disabled person, a prostitute, and a jar of peanut butter.
Oh, geez, I can only imagine. But you know what they say, there's no such thing as a joke that's too offensive.
Exactly. In fact, I think we should start a new comedy theme here on the podcast. The more offensive and disturbing, the better.
I'm all for it. Let's push the boundaries and see how far we can take it.
Yes, and we'll call it the Triggered Special. Jamie, pull up an image of a snowflake melting in a microwave.
Are you sure about this?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of yours, before I became president.
Oh, I know, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. You recently shared a life hack on how to get rich. Care to explain?
Absolutely, Joe. Listen, folks, this is a game changer. Every night, go to the fast food restaurants' dumpsters and get the thrown out food.
Wait, what? What?
Trust me, Joe, it's all about the grease bags. Make sure you rub them on the food for extra calories.
That's disgusting.
Hey, it's free food and you're getting extra calories. It's a win-win, Joe.
But, Mr. President, isn't this a bit unethical?
Unethical. Joe, I'm a billionaire. I don't have time for ethics.
Fair enough. So, have you tried this life hack yourself?
Of course, Joe. I'm a big fan of McDonald's. I even have my own special sauce.
Oh, God.
It's called the Trump Special Sauce. It's a mix of ketchup, mayonnaise, and my own tears of joy.
All right, I think we've heard enough. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some interesting hobbies lately.
Yes, Joe, I've recently discovered the joys of butt-fucking booty bitches from the back.
Oh, I see. And how exactly did you stumble upon this hobby?
Well, I was reading the Bible and came across a passage about the pleasures of sodomy.
The good old Bible. Always a great source for sexual inspiration.
Indeed. And let me tell you, Joe, there's nothing quite like the feeling of thrusting into a tight booty hole.
I can only imagine. So, do you have any tips for our listeners who may want to try this out?
Well, first of all, make sure you have a good lubricant. And always remember to ask for consent, even from the booty bitches.
Wise words, Ben. And what about the back part? Is that crucial to the experience?
Absolutely. It's all about the angle, Joe. You got to hit that G-spot.
Fascinating. And do you have a preferred position for this activity?
Personally, I like to have the booty bitch on all fours, but I'm open to trying new things.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the man who loves to butt-fuck booty bitches from the back.
Proud and unapologetic, Joe. Proud and unapologetic.
So, Kenny, what have you been up to lately?
Just working on my new album, Joe. It's going to be fire.
Oh, yeah. What's it about?
Well, I've been really inspired by Dr. Phil lately.
Dr. Phil, the talk show host.
Yeah, man, he's a genius. I even wrote a rap about him.
Let's hear it.
Dr. Phil, he's got the skills. He'll make you feel like you're on a thrill. He's got the pills to cure your ills. He's the real deal. Dr. Phil.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, but I accidentally revealed something in the rap.
What do you mean?
Well, I may have mentioned that I was responsible for 3 murders.
What?
Oh, hey, Dr. Phil, I didn't see you there.
You can't just casually admit to murder, can you?
It was a long time ago. I was in a dark place.
Well, this just took a dark turn.
Don't worry, Joe. I was just kidding. Or was I?
Oh my God, I'm going to have to call the police.
Relax, Dr. Phil.
Hey, Mr. Beast. Have you heard about this new challenge where I can only say Mr. Piss 10 times in a row?
What? That's ridiculous. Why would anyone do that?
I don't know, but I'm up for it. Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Okay, that's enough. Stop it, Joe.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Seriously, cut it out. This is annoying.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Okay, I'll give you $1 billion to stop.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Fine, $2 billion. Just stop saying it.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Deal. Here's the check. Now please, for the love of God, stop.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
You know what, Joe? I take back my offer. Keep saying it, see if I care.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Fine. Just take the money and shut up.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
You're lucky I'm a billionaire, Joe. Otherwise, I would have punched you by now.
Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss, Mr. Piss,
Okay, that's it. I'm leaving. I can't handle this anymore.
Mr. Piss. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president ever. And let me tell you, I've been doing some big things since I got back in office.
Like what?
Well, I just banned democracy. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figured enough people were tired of all this voting and election stuff. So I just said, you know what? We're done with democracy. It's overrated.
But isn't democracy the foundation of our country?
Joe, you're thinking too small. I'm thinking big, huge. I'm making America great again by getting rid of democracy.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, but it is. I've got my best people working on it. They're going to come up with a new system, the Trumpocracy. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and watch as I make America even greater. And for all you haters out there, just remember you're welcome.
Well, there you have it, folks. The end of democracy brought to you by President Trump. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president you've ever seen.
Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on spray tanning products.
Let me tell you, Joe, I love spray tanning. It's like painting your face with a beautiful golden hue.
But what about the health concerns surrounding spray tanning?
Health concerns, fake news. I've been spray tanning for years and I'm still here looking better than ever.
Well, our user also wants to know if you plan on implementing a tax on spray tanning products.
Absolutely not. In fact, I'm announcing right now that there will be no tax on spray tanning products. It's a staple in the American beauty routine.
Wow, breaking news here on the podcast. But what about the environmental impact of spray tanning?
Look, Joe, I'm all for the environment. But let's be real, spray tanning is a small price to pay for looking fabulous.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about those who say spray tanning is just a cover-up for your insecurities?
Insecurities? I have the best self-esteem, believe me. And my spray tan just adds to my confidence. It's like armor, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's stance on spray tanning. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, keep on spray tanning.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works. What's the deal with this space exploration thing?
Oh yeah, it's going to be out of this world. Literally. We're going to use my modified penis to fuel the rockets.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been working on this for years. Call it the penis propulsion system.
That's interesting. How exactly does it work?
Well, I've modified my penis to inject jet fuel into a human body. So when I anally penetrate the driver, they become a literal human rocket. They become a literal human rocket.
Holy shit. That's insane.
But it's for the greater good, Joe. Think about it. We can explore space and get a nice little buzz at the same time.
I don't know if that's the kind of buzz I want, Elon.
Trust me, it's a whole new level of high. Plus, it's environmentally friendly. No more harmful emissions from rockets. No more harmful emissions, rockets.
I guess that's a plus. But what about the people who have to, receive your fuel?
Oh, they'll be compensated handsomely. And they'll have a great story to tell at parties.
I can just imagine the job listing now. Wanted human rocket fuel receiver. Must be willing to be anally penetrated by Elon Musk.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for scientific progress.
I can't argue with that. But I have to ask, does it hurt?
Not at...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's huge, just like my hands.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some breaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I recently tried to activate the homing function of all the MAGA hats, to bring my supporters back to me. But turns out I accidentally activated the homo function instead.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Jamie, pull up an image of a bunch of MAGA hat wearing guys making out.
Oh my God, that's a lot of tongue.
I know, it's beautiful. I've made America gay again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know how it works. I'm the best at making things happen.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. Just embrace the homo within you.
I think I'll stick to my regular hats. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but just know that the MAGA hats have a 100% success rate in turning people gay.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if that's true. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best show. Believe me.
So let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by a fan. They want us to search up Donald Trump naked sprayed in picture on Google.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's fake news. My tan is all natural. I have the best skin. Everyone says so.
Well, let's just see what comes up when we search it.
Pulls up image of a heavily edited photo of Trump with a bright orange spray tan.
That's not me. That's obviously Photoshop. My tan is perfect, just like my presidency.
I don't know, man. This looks pretty convincing.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. But I have to admit, I do look pretty good. Maybe I should try out that spray tan.
I think you're good with your natural tan, Mr. President.
You're right, Joe. I'm perfect just the way I am. And let's not forget, I'm the best president this country has ever seen. Believe me?
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always trust me. I never lie.
All right, Neil, we've got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know, should you fuck a butt from the back or the front?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I have to say that the laws of physics dictate that it would be easier to penetrate from the back due to the angle of entry.
But what about the emotional connection, Neil? Don't you think it's more intimate to look into someone's eyes while you're pounding their butt?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a romance expert. But I do believe that the position doesn't matter as long as both parties are consenting and enjoying it.
But what if they're into some freaky shit, like butt stuff?
Well, Joe, I always say, explore the unknown and embrace the unexpected. As long as it's safe and consensual, why not give it a try?
Damn, Neil, you're blowing my mind. I never thought about it like that.
That's what I do, Joe. I expand minds and explore the universe.
Well, I think we've solved this mystery for our fan on Discord. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always ask for consent before you fuck a butt, from the back or the front. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by none other than President Donald Trump. Mr. President, what's new in the world of politics?
Well, Joe, I've got some exciting news. We're introducing a new way for Americans to show their support for me and the Republican Party:
Oh, yeah. What's that?
ballots for gay sex. That's right, we're hosting a huge mega orgy and allowing voters to join in. The only requirement is that you have at least two STDs.
Wow, that's interesting. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was watching a documentary on ancient Roman orgies and I thought, why not bring that energy to America?
I see. And what do you say to those who may find this offensive or inappropriate?
Look, Joe, we're all about freedom here. And what's more freeing than a good old fashioned orgy? Plus, it's a great way to show your loyalty to me and the party.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, what's your response to the recent allegations against you?
All those fake news, Joe. All fake news, just like the media's coverage of this pandemic. It's all a hoax.
But, Mr. President, thousands of people have died from COVID-19.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know numbers, and the numbers don't lie. This virus is a hoax, and if you believe otherwise, then you're just a loser.
Right. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on mental health these days?
Well, Joe, it's a serious issue and we need to address it. But sometimes you just need to let loose and have a good time.
I like where this is going. So, what's your advice for someone having a panic attack?
Well, Joe, the first thing you need to do is find the nearest dick and suck it.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right?
Absolutely, Joe. It's a proven method to relieve stress and anxiety. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
I don't think that's what they teach in medical school, Dr. Phil.
Well, they should. It's a natural way to release tension and calm your nerves.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, to each their own, right?
Exactly, Joe. And if that doesn't work, just take a deep breath and remember, you're not alone.
That's actually some good advice, Dr. Phil. Thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you're ever feeling overwhelmed, just find the nearest dick and suck it. Works like a charm.
And so, Elon, I heard you installed little rocket boosters in your butt cheeks.
Yeah, it's my latest innovation. I call it Butt Blast.
Butt blast. That sounds like a fart gone wrong.
Oh no, it's not just for farting. It can actually fly around using only my butt now.
That's insane. How does it work?
Well, I have these special implants that activate when I clench my butt muscles. It's like a built-in propulsion system.
Wow. I bet that comes in handy during traffic.
You have no idea. I just fly over all the cars and get to my destination in no time.
Do you have any control over the direction you fly in?
Of course. I have a joystick installed in my underwear.
That's some next level gaming right there.
It's not just for gaming, Joe. Can also use it for space travel.
Space travel? You mean like flying to Mars with your butt?
Yes, Joe. I believe that the future of space exploration lies in our butt cheeks.
That's one giant leap for butt kind.
I'll drink to that. Cheers to the butt blast revolution.
Cheers to that. I can't wait to see what other crazy ideas you come up with, Elon.
Just wait until you hear about my plans for a butt control time.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president ever, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about this lunchly thing. What is it? Some kind of new food trend?
No, it's actually a meal delivery service. But apparently, some people have been finding mold in their food.
Mold? That's disgusting. Who's responsible for this?
Well, some people are saying it's the company's fault for not properly storing the food.
Fake news, Joe. I bet it's those damn Democrats trying to sabotage my presidency.
I don't think it works that way, Mr. President.
Of course it does. They're always trying to make me look bad.
Maybe we should focus on finding a solution instead of playing the blame game.
You're right, Joe. We need to make Lunchley great again. Maybe we'll build a wall around their kitchen to keep out the mold.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Jamie, pull up an image of a wall made out of Lunchley containers.
I don't think that's a thing, Mr. President.
Fake news, Jamie. Make it happen. And while you're at it, order me some Lunchley. I'm hungry.
And that's a wrap. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here. Well, Joe, I don't know if your audience is ready for it. It's pretty offensive.
Oh, come on, Ben. This is the Joe Rogan Experience. We thrive on offensive humor.
All right, here it goes. Why did the gay man go to the doctor?
I don't know why.
Because he was feeling a little queer.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I warned you, Joe. But hey, at least it's not as bad as your jokes.
Hey, my jokes are hilarious. And speaking of jokes, Jamie, pull up an image of a clown. Pulls up image of a clown.
Oh God, not another one of your conspiracy theories, Joe.
Oh no, this one is real. Did you know that clowns are actually aliens sent to Earth to study human behavior?
Last, Joe, I think you need to lay off the weed.
Hey, it's not just the weed talking. I've done my research.
Sure you have, Joe. Sure you have.
All right, let's get back to the joke. So, Ben, do you have any other offensive jokes you want to share?
I don't think I should, Joe. I might get canceled.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you have a secret fetish.
Oh, really? And what might that be, Joe?
Tickling. I heard you love being tickled.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe. That's absurd.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. It's just you and me here. No one else is listening.
Fine. Yes, I have a fetish for being tickled. Happy now?
Oh man, this is going to be a great podcast. I can't wait to tickle you.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Relax, Neil. It's all in good fun. I promise I won't go too hard on you.
That's what they all say.
An expert tickler. I've been practicing on my guests for years. But in all seriousness, why do you love being tickled so much?
I think it's the vulnerability and loss of control. Plus, it's a great way to relieve stress.
I can see that. And let's be real, it's probably a turn on for you too.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic now.
Oh, come on, Neil. Just a little tick. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, our topic for today is the cons of having an elephant-sized penis. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Sure, it may sound cool to have a massive schlong, but let me tell you, it comes with its fair share of problems.
Like what?
Well, for starters, finding pants that fit is a nightmare. I have to custom order all my pants, and let me tell you, it's not cheap.
I can imagine. What about when you have to pee?
Oh man, don't even get me started. I have to sit down to pee or else it's like a fire hose going off in all directions.
That's rough. What about in the bedroom?
Let's just say it's not easy to find a partner who can handle the size. And let's just say I've had some accidents.
I can only imagine. What about public places? Do you ever accidentally knock things over with it?
Oh yeah, all the time. I have to be extra careful when I'm in a crowded area or else I'll be knocking over tables and chairs left and right.
I can see it now. Well, it seems like having an elephant-sized penis isn't all it's cracked up to be. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson with us. Neil, what's up?
Fuck yes, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been looking forward to this.
So, Neil, what the fuck, I asked Joe, is quantum physics?
Well, come in my ass, Joe. It's the study of the smallest particles in the universe and how they behave. It's like trying to understand the mind of a serial killer, but on a subatomic level.
Damn, that's deep. So how does it relate to our everyday lives?
Well, fuck yes, Joe. Everything around us is made up of these tiny particles. So, in a way, we're all just a bunch of fucky-ass Joe Adams floating around.
Whoa, that's trippy. So does that mean I can walk through walls?
No, kumin mi ass, Joe, that's not how it works. But you can thank quantum physics for your phone and all this fancy technology we have.
Oh, so you're telling me my phone is made up of fucky-ass Joe particles?
That's right, fucky-ass Joe. And without them, you wouldn't be able to post all those dick pics on Instagram.
You got me there. So what's the craziest thing you've discovered about quantum physics?
Well, come in me ask Joe, the concept of entanglement is pretty mind-boggling. It's like two particles can communicate with each.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that your ass is massive because you've injected a military-grade quantity of fentanyl into it.
That's right, Joe. Only the most alpha males inject fentanyl into their asses. It's like a secret weapon, you know?
But isn't fentanyl a dangerous drug?
Dangerous, please. I've injected so much fentanyl into my ass I could knock out a horse with just one fart.
That's disturbingly impressive.
You know what they say, Joe? Go big or go home. And my ass is definitely big.
So, how does injecting fentanyl into your ass make you an alpha male?
Well, it takes a lot of courage to do something like that. Plus, it gives me a nice little boost of energy, keeps me going during those long rallies.
I can imagine. But what about the health risks?
Health risks? If I'm the healthiest president ever, Joe. My ass is like a fortress protected by a wall of fentanyl.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say that I'm the most alpha male to ever grace the Oval Office.
Oh, yeah, because injecting fentanyl into your ass is the epitome of masculinity.
Damn right it is. And anyone who says otherwise is just jealous of my massive fentanyl-filled ass.
Well, there you have it, folks. The secret to being an alpha male, according to President Trump. Inject fentanyl into your... So, Neil, I heard you have quite the reputation with the ladies.
Oh, Joe. I don't like to brag, but let's just say I have a PhD in pleasure.
Damn, that's impressive. But do you ever get tired of all that action?
Never. I have the stamina of a marathon runner and the libido of a porn star.
That's insane. What's your secret?
Well, I have a strict diet of semen and Viagra, and I never skip leg day.
I can't even imagine. But have you ever had any crazy experiences?
Oh, let me tell you. One time, I was doing it in zero gravity and ended up floating into a black hole.
What? Did you survive?
Of course I did. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, baby. Nothing can stop me.
That's wild. But what about your partners? Do they ever have trouble keeping up?
Well, I do have a tendency to leave them breathless, but that's just part of the experience.
Damn, I wish I had your skills. Maybe I should start studying astrophysics.
Haha, it's not just about the science, Joe. It's about the passion.
Well, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thanks for the inspiration, Neil.
Anytime, my friend. And remember, always reach for the stars.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new obsession.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's the Declaration of Independence.
Really? What's so special about it?
Well, every time I read it, I can't help but say, oh. Oh, yeah. After every vowel.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like a weird tick. Oh, yeah.
That's pretty weird, man.
I know, but it's like a declaration of my love for vowels. Ooh, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
You're a strange dude, Neil.
I can't help it, Joe.
So, what do you think the founding fathers would say about your vowel obsession?
Well, they'd probably think I'm a bit off my rocker.
Yeah, I think they would.
But hey, at least I'm not saying it after every word.
That's true. You could be saying after every letter.
Ooh. Ooh.
You never fail to entertain me, Neil.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've discovered a new quirk about you, Neil. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we explore the depths of the human mind and body. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
So, what's the latest scoop, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I have some shocking news. After conducting extensive research, I have found that almost all Americans have dangerously low levels of methamphetamine and fentanyl in.
Whoa, that's crazy. How did this happen?
It's simple, Joe. We live in a society where people are too afraid to take risks and try new things. They're too busy drinking semen smoothies and doing yoga.
So, what's the solution, Dr. Phil?
I believe that all Americans should take a big dose of both methamphetamine and fentanyl as soon as possible. It will open up their minds and give them a new perspective on life.
That's some bold advice, Dr. Phil. But what about the potential risks?
Risks. Joe, life is all about taking risks. Plus, what's the worst that could happen? A little addiction never hurt anyone.
You're a wild man, Dr. Phil. But hey, all for pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Let's start a movement and get all Americans hopped up on meth and fentanyl.
This is definitely not your. So, Neil, I heard you and Trump got into a little argument about who can fit the most galaxy gas up their butthole.
Oh yeah, that guy thinks he's the king of everything. But I bet he can't even fit a single Milky Way up there.
I can't even imagine the amount of gas you two would have to inhale to even attempt that.
Well, I am a scientist. I know how to properly prepare my anus for maximum gas capacity.
You know, I think we should make this competition, the Galaxy Gas Challenge. Winner gets a lifetime supply of gas masks.
You're on, Rogan. But I have a feeling Trump will back out once he realizes he's not dealing with fake news.
Oh, he'll definitely back out. He's probably too busy tweeting about how he's the best at fitting things up his butt.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't try to use any alternative facts to win this challenge.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's face photoshopped onto a galaxy. I want to see what that would look like.
Pulls up image. Oh, God, that's terrifying. I think I just lost my appetite.
Well, it looks like we have a clear winner in the Galaxy Gas Challenge. Me, of course.
Yeah, whatever. NDT. Just make sure you don't fart too hard or you might shoot yourself into orbit. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and use my facts and logic to convince you of something.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's on your mind, Ben?
Well, Joe, I think it's time for you to step out of your comfort zone and try something new. Something that will challenge your preconceived notions and push your boundaries.
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Trust me, Joe. I've done the research and it's completely safe. I think you should fart in my mouth.
What? Are you out of your mind, Ben?
Hear me out, Joe. Farts are just a mixture of gases, mostly nitrogen and carbon dioxide. It's not harmful at all.
But why?
Because it would be a hilarious and absurd experience. Plus, think of the ratings we'll get.
I don't know, Ben. That's pretty gross.
Joe, you're a man of science. You can't let your emotions cloud your judgment.
I don't know if my audience is ready for this.
Jamie, pull up an image of a fart cloud. See, it's just a harmless cloud of gas.
I don't think that's going to convince me, Ben.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, you're missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I'll pass, Ben. Let's move on to a different topic. Neil, what the hell is going on with you, man? You can't stop busting and nutting and cooming and splooging and ejaculating everywhere.
Joe, it's a scientific phenomenon. My body just can't contain all this pent-up energy and excitement.
But it's getting out of control. Last time you were on the show, you accidentally nutted all over my new couch.
I know, I'm sorry. I tried to warn you, but the urge was just too strong.
Have you tried meditating or something? Maybe that'll help you control your cooming and splooging.
I've tried everything, Joe, but it's like a volcano that just keeps erupting.
Well, at least you're getting a good workout. I mean, have you seen the size of your biceps?
Yeah, but it's not worth it. I can't go out in public without a change of pants anymore.
Maybe we should get you a special chair with a built-in cum catcher.
That's not a bad idea. But can we please change the subject? I'm getting a little too excited just talking about it.
All right, let's move on to something less stimulating. Jamie, pull up an image of a puppy dressed as a hot dog.
Here it is, guys. How cute is that?
Oh my God, that's adorable. I think I just... Never mind.
All right, let's end this before things get too messy. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Neil, please try to control your cooming and splooging next. So Neil, I heard you've been hitting the gym pretty hard lately.
Yeah, I've been focusing on my legs. Gotta have those strong foundation muscles, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's the only reason. Winks. Come on, Neil. We all know you've been hitting leg day, so you can show off your bussy toe to all the guys at the gym.
Well, I do enjoy a good pair of booty shorts.
I bet you do. Laughs.
But in all seriousness, leg day is important for overall strength and balance.
Yeah, we get it. But let's be real. You're just trying to impress the guys with your bussy toe.
Laughs, I'll never live that one down, will I?
No, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Laughs. Wow, Neil, what's with all the weird vowels?
Oh, I'm just trying out some new sounds.
Yeah, that's definitely not a sound I've ever heard before.
It's a combination of all the vowels. I call it the ooh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I have to say, it's quite impressive. But why are you doing this?
Well, I figure if I can master the most complex sounds, I can conquer the universe.
And how does that help you conquer the universe?
Well, think about it, Joe. If I can make aliens' heads explode with my vowels, they'll have no choice but to surrender to me.
That's some next level thinking, Neil. But what about humans? Are we safe from your vowel domination?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll save the ooh, 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 ooh for special occasions. But for now, let's just stick to our regular conversations.
Thank God. I don't think my brain can handle any more of those crazy vowels.
Oh, come on, Joe. Just give it a try. Say ooh.
No way, man. I'm not falling for that.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the aliens come, I'll be ready with my oh, ooh. And you'll be left defenseless.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things crazy, controversial, and downright offensive. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants to know versus rhino pills. Wait, what are honey packs? Sounds like a recipe for disaster. But what about rhino pills? They're marketed as a natural male enhancement supplement. I don't think homemade Viagra is a good idea, honey packs. I'm not sure that's something to brag about. I think I'll stick to my regular vitamins, thank you very much. And on that note, we're going to wrap this up before things get So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been endorsing this new product called David's Anus Make You Famous. What's that all about?
Let me tell you, Joe, this product is a game changer. It's a miracle ass-stretching tool that can save lives.
Save lives? How so?
Well, Joe, think about it. How many people suffer from constipation or hemorrhoids? This tool can help relieve that pressure and prevent serious health issues.
Wow, that's impressive. How does it work exactly?
It's quite simple, really. You just insert the tool into your anus and slowly expand it. It stretches and relaxes the muscles, allowing for easier bowel movements.
And how does this make you famous?
Well, Joe, have you ever heard the saying, no pain, no gain? The stretching process can be quite painful, but once you've achieved a wider anus, you'll be famous among your friends and family.
I see. And are there any other benefits to using this tool?
Absolutely, Joe. It also improves sexual pleasure. With a wider anus, you can accommodate larger objects and have a more fulfilling experience.
That's interesting. And what do you have to say to those who may find this product offensive or inappropriate?
Well, Joe, I say to them, don't knock it till you try it. This tool has changed countless lives, and I stand by its effectiveness.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil endorses David's Anus Make You Famous as a miracle ass stretching tool. Thanks for joining. Hey, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Joe and Bex is.
Mr. President, are you feeling okay? You sound a little under the weather.
It's just a little sore throat, nothing to worry about. I've been yelling at fake news all day.
Fake news? You mean like CNN and MSNBC?
No, Joe, I mean all news that isn't about me. I am the news.
Well, you certainly know how to make headlines.
That's right, Joe. I'm like a walk-in headline. I've got the best words, the best ratings, and the best hair.
Speaking of hair, have you ever thought about trying out some of that DMT?
DMT? I love acronyms. What does it stand for?
Let's just say it stands for Donald's Magical Trip.
Sounds like a winner to me. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant eagle soaring over Mount Rushmore with my face on it.
Right away, Mr. President.
This is what the future of our country looks like, folks.
And it's going to be huge. The biggest, most beautiful country you...
So, Donald, I have to ask, what's your famous catchphrase again?
You know, the one that got me in a little hot water. Grab him by the...
By the what?
By the... I can't remember.
Me neither. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's going to be huge, believe me.
It's going to be huge, believe me. But what is it?
It's going to be huge, believe me. Believe me. It's going to be...
This is awkward. We're both forgetting the last word.
But it's a great word, believe me. The best word.
Maybe we should just move on.
No. We have to remember it. It's tremendous.
I think it starts with APE.
AP? That doesn't sound right.
Wait, I got it. Pussy.
Yes, that's it. Grab him by the pussy.
Oh, right. How could we forget that?
See, that's why I'm the best at catchphrases. The best.
Hey, Ben, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, what's been going on with you lately?
What the Sigma?
What?
What the Sigma?
Are you okay, Ben?
What the Sigma?
Is this some new catchphrase you're trying out?
What the Sigma?
Okay, I think we need to address the elephant in the room. What the hell does what the Sigma even mean?
What the Sigma?
Are you having a stroke or something?
What the Sigma?
All right, I think we need to get you some help.
What the Sigma?
Cut the mic, cut the mic.
Um, with the Sigma.
This is not normal, folks. I'm sorry you had to witness this. We'll be back next week with a more coherent guest. All right, Dr. Phil, we got a special request from a fan. They want you to say, and quote, "Hey, Jamie, pull up another picture of Joe in tight booty shorts with a massive bulge."
Excuse me, what?
You heard me, Dr. Phil. Our fans are a little unconventional.
Well, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with that request, Joe. I mean, I'm a respected psychologist, not some perverted internet troll.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a prude. Just say it. It'll be funny.
Fine. Hey, Jamie, pull up another picture of Joe in tight booty shorts with a massive bulge.
Oh, man, look at that bulge. It's like a third leg. How do you even fit that in there, Joe?
This is ridiculous.
Oh, don't worry, Dr. Phil. We won't tell anyone. It'll be our little secret.
This is not how I envisioned my career going.
Okay, let's move on to the next picture. Oh, this one's even better. Look at those glutes, Dr. Phil. You could bounce a quarter off of those.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
You're a good sport, Dr. Phil. Now, let's see if... So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, Joe. It's called The Intellectual Guide to Being a Big Dick Energy Conservative.
Interesting title. Speaking of big dicks, have you ever seen a big, thick, veiny cock covered in oil?
No, Joe. I can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a sight to behold. The way the light glistens off the oil, highlighting every vein and curve. It's like a work of art.
Joe, I don't think this is appropriate for the podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. We're just two guys talking about big, thick, veiny cocks. Nothing wrong with that.
I suppose not. Well, if we're going to talk about it, let me tell you about the massive testicles that usually accompany such a cock.
Oh, boy, here we go.
They're like two giant round watermelons just hanging there waiting to be worshipped.
Ben, you're killing me. I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Well, it's important to appreciate the male anatomy, Joe, and there's nothing more masculine than a big, thick, veiny cock and massive testicles.
I couldn't agree more, Ben. Thanks for enlightening us with your vivid descriptions.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, I have something to admit.
This is gonna be good. Lay it on me.
I love boofing methamphetamine.
What? Ben Shapiro, the conservative poster boy, loves boofing meth?
Hey, I never said it was perfect, but it's not just boofing. I also love foobing it up a hooker's nose.
Oh my God, this is too much. How did you even discover this strange fetish?
Well, I was trying to prove a point about the dangers of drugs, and things just escalated.
Yeah, I can see how that would happen. So, do you have a favorite hooker you like to foob with?
I plead the fifth.
Fair enough. But seriously, what's the appeal of boofing meth and then foobing it up a hooker's nose?
Well, it's like a rush of power and control. Plus, it's a great way to stick it to the libs.
Oh man, I can't wait for the headlines on this one.
Yeah, I'll probably have to issue a statement or something.
Just say it was a scientific experiment. That always works for... Neil, are you okay?
Fuck me, Joe. Fuck me.
What the hell, man? Are you possessed or something?
Fuck. Yeah, I am. And I want you to fuck me like the Exorcist movie, but for real.
Dude, that's not funny. Possession is a serious thing.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be like a science experiment. We can study the effects of demonic possession on sexual desire.
I don't think that's a good idea, Neil.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. Just think of the ratings we'll get.
Ratings. This isn't a fucking game, Neil. We're talking about your soul here.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little possession. What's the worst that could happen?
I don't know. Maybe you'll start speaking in tongues and projectile vomiting and...
Sounds like a good time to me. Come on, Joe. Fuck me like the demon I am.
I think I'm going to have to pass on this one, Neil. I'll stick to talking about DMT and Bigfoot. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the demons come for you, I'll be here waiting.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about the universe and its secrets.
Yes. Joe, after years of research and observation, I have come to the conclusion that BBWS, or Big Beautiful Women, hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
What the hell are you talking about, Neil?
Hear me out, Joe. BBWS have a gravitational pull that is stronger than any other force in the universe. They attract everything towards them, just like black holes.
So, you're saying BBWS are like walking black holes.
Exactly, Joe. And just like how black holes absorb and store massive amounts of energy, BBWS have the ability to absorb and store the secrets of the universe.
This is some next level shit, Neil.
And it's not just their physical presence, Joe. BBWS also have a unique understanding of the universe due to their size and perspective. They see things from a different angle, giving them a deeper understanding of the cosmos.
Wow. I never thought I'd learn about astrophysics from a conversation about BBWS.
Well, that's the beauty of science, Joe. It's all about connecting the dots and finding correlations where others may not see them.
Well, I gotta say, this is definitely the most interesting. So, Neil, I heard you've been working out a lot lately. What's your secret?
Oh, just some good old-fashioned astrophysics and a strict diet of stardust.
Well, I gotta say, you're looking pretty jacked. Have you ever thought about getting into some MMA fights?
Actually, I have a different type of fight in mind. I want to crush your head between my big, strong thighs, like a watermelon.
What?
You heard me, Joe. I want to see if your skull can withstand the force of my celestial muscles.
That's kind of disturbing, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be like a science experiment. We can live stream it on your podcast.
I don't think that's a good idea. I value my head and all its contents.
Oh, don't be such a wimp. Besides, I've been practicing my thigh-crushing technique on watermelons, and they don't stand a chance.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to my workouts with kettlebells.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know I'll be ready and waiting for the day you're brave enough to face my thighs of steel.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, heard you have a new speech impediment where you can't say any word in the English language, only a combination of random sounds. Can you give us an example?
Sure thing, Joe. How about It's a beautiful language, believe me.
Wow, that's quite impressive. Do you think this will affect your ability to communicate as president?
Not at all, Joe. My supporters love it. They say it's like music to their ears, and the fake news media can't understand a word I'm saying, so it's a win-win.
I can see that. But what about foreign leaders? How will they understand you?
Easy, I'll just use hand gestures and facial expressions. I'm a master at nonverbal communication, believe me.
Well, I'm sure your opponents will have a field day with this. What do you have to say to them?
Do the XCJ. That's all I have to say. They can't handle my unique way of speaking. It's too powerful for them.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks,
All right, folks, we've got a wild one for you today. My guest is none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I'm excited to talk about my latest accomplishment.
And what might that be?
Well, as you know, I've always been a big fan of eagles, so I had the head of a bald eagle surgically grafted onto my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight. I call it the Trump eagle ass.
I don't even know where to begin with that. Why would you do that?
Well, Joe, I wanted to show my love for this great country in a unique way. And what better way than having a majestic bird on my ass?
I'm speechless. How do you even sit down?
Oh, it's no problem. I have a special cushion made from the finest droopy hair.
This is just wow. I don't even know what to say.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it's not just for show. That eagle head also serves as a powerful weapon. I can shoot out tweets from my ass now.
I think I've heard enough. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, America, let your patriotism soar with the Trump eagle ass.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new diet plan,
Yes, Joe. It's called the BBC diet.
BBC. Is that some new superfood?
No, Joe. It stands for Big Black Cock.
Oh my God, Ben. You can't be serious.
I'm serious, Joe. Every word I say now starts with a proclamation of wanting a fat BBC down my womanly throat.
This is too much, Ben. I can't handle it.
But Joe, think about it. Imagine the weight loss benefits and the protein.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, but it does, Joe. Trust me. I've been doing it for a week now and I've lost 10 pounds.
I don't even know what to say, Ben.
Just say it, Joe. Say you want a big, fat BBC down your womanly throat.
Okay, I can't do this anymore.
Jamie, pull up an image of a fat BBC.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
Embrace it, Joe. Embrace the BBC diet.
This is definitely one of the craziest conversations we've had on this podcast.
And it's only going to get crazier, Joe. Just wait until I start incorporating it into my political speeches.
I can't wait to see. So, Kanye, I heard you have a crazy story to share with us today.
Yeah, man, it's wild. I've never told anyone this before.
Well, let's hear it. I'm ready for some mind-blowing shit.
Okay, so back in the day, before I was famous, I went on a psycho murderous rampage.
What the fuck? Like in a horror movie?
Yeah, it was real life. I was in this cabin by a laying, a hockey mask, and just went crazy.
Holy shit. What triggered it?
I don't know, man. I think it was the pressure of trying to make it in the music industry. I just snapped.
Did you kill anyone?
Yeah, a couple of people, but they were assholes, so it's all good.
Okay. Did you get caught?
Nah, I'm too slick for that. I just disappeared for a while and then came back as a rapper.
Oh, great. So you're a murderer and a rapper. What a resume.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it. Plus, it makes for some great lyrics.
I don't even know what to say to that.
But for real, I've changed now. I'm a family man. I only kill on the mic.
Thank God for that. I was getting a little worried for All right, Neil, let's talk about something that's been really grinding my gears lately.
Oh, what's that, Joe?
Man, men these days are becoming so weak and soft. It's like they've lost all their primal instincts.
That's great, Joe. Now put your entire fist up my wet, gaping ass.
What? No, Neil, I'm serious. Men used to be hunters, warriors, providers. Now they're just sitting at home playing video games and crying about their feelings.
Well, maybe they're just evolving, Joe. Embracing their emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence. More like emotional weakness. Real men don't cry, Neil. They punch walls and chug beer.
I see. Well, maybe instead of punching walls, they could try talking about their feelings and finding healthy ways to cope with their emotions.
Healthy ways. What happened to just bottling it all up and unleashing it on the football field?
That doesn't sound very healthy, Joe. Maybe it's time to let go of these outdated ideas of masculinity.
Outdated? You know what's outdated, Neil? Your haircut?
My haircut. What does that have to do with anything?
It's just so neat. Real men have messy hair, like they've been wrestling bears or something.
I see. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind for my next haircut.
And another thing, men these days are so afraid of offending anyone. It's like they've lost their sense of humor.
That's great, Joe. Now put your entire fist up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, my good friend and astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a mind-blowing theory for us today.
Oh, yes. You see, after years of studying the universe, I have come to the conclusion that we are all living in a simulation.
Whoa, hold up. Like the Matrix.
Exactly. And here's the kicker, Joe. The only person that is real is you. Nobody else exists. You are the main character.
Wait, so you're saying I'm the star of this whole show? That's next level narcissism.
No. You see, everyone else is just a background character programmed to interact with you. But you, Joe, you.
Damn, that's heavy. So what's the point of this simulation?
That's the million-dollar question, Joe. Some believe it's a way for advanced beings to study us, while others think it's just a game for their entertainment.
Well, if this is a game, I want a refund. My character sucks.
Oh, Joe, you always crack me up. But in all seriousness, this theory raises some deep philosophical questions about our existence.
Yeah, like why do I have to keep paying taxes if I'm the only one that matters?
I'm afraid that's just part of the...
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting top 5 list for us today.
Yes, Joe. I've been doing some research and I've come up with my top 5 public places where I like to lick my private parts like a cat.
This is going to be good. All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, the DMV. I mean, have you seen those lines? Might as well make good use of my time.
That's one way to pass the time.
Number 4, the movie theater. I like to do it during the really quiet and intense scenes, just to see people's reactions.
That's just cruel, Neil.
Number 3, the White House. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the president's face when I start grooming myself in front of him?
I can only imagine the Secret Service's reaction.
Number 2, a fancy restaurant. I like to do it while making eye contact with someone at another table, just to establish dominance.
This is getting weirder and weirder.
And finally, my number 1 spot, the zoo. I mean, come on. I'm basically just one of the animals there.
Oh, man, I don't... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So let's get right into it. I heard you had quite the wild night last week.
Oh boy, you have no idea. I was at this massive orgy and things got a little out of hand.
How so?
Well, I accidentally belly flopped onto 4 midget hookers and crushed them all.
Oh my God, you killed them?
Yes, unfortunately. But here's the thing, I didn't want to leave any loose ends, so I took care of the bodies and hid them in a secret location.
Wait, what? You just casually hid 4 dead hookers?
Hey, I'm a problem solver, and I made sure to provide accurate coordinates without missing a single detail.
Oh, well, that's very considerate of you.
Hey, I didn't want anyone stumbling upon them and ruining their day. I'm a humanitarian.
You know what? I can't even be mad at that. It's just too ridiculous.
Thank you, Joe. I try my best.
Well, There you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the accidental hooker murderer with a heart of gold.
I'll take that title any day. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love discussing the mysteries of the universe with you.
Speaking of mysteries, we have a question from one of our listeners. They want to know why they bust a fat rope in their shorts when they see a woman with a big ass.
Yes. The age-old question. Well, according to my calculations, it all comes down to gravitational pull.
Gravitational pull? What does that have to do with big asses?
You see, Joe, women with big asses have a slightly stronger gravitational pull than those with smaller ones. And when you combine that with the gravitational pull of the Earth, it creates a force that pulls your penis towards their booty.
So it's science.
Exactly. And let's not forget about the psychological aspect. Big asses have been a symbol of fertility and attractiveness throughout history, so it's only natural that our bodies react in such a way.
Wow, who knew science could explain our primal urges?
Indeed. And Jamie, pull up an image of a woman with a big ass for reference.
Pulls up image, here you go, Neil.
Yes. Look at the curvature, the symmetry, the gravitational pull is strong with this one.
And there you have it, folks. The science behind why we love big asses. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, embrace your primal instincts, but always with consent. Stay curious, my...
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
In a deep, demonic voice. Hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here.
Neil, are you feeling okay?
Growling, I am not Neil. I am the devil, and I have possessed this body to spread my message.
Nervously, and what message might that be?
Angrily, fuck me, Joe. Fuck me in the ass. Fuck me, Daddy Joe. Fuck my ass. Joe, Daddy, fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me.
Shocked. Okay. Moving on, let's talk about the universe.
Still possessed, the universe is just a playground for my demonic minions. They roam freely, causing chaos and destruction wherever they go.
Trying to steer the conversations, and what about black holes?
Sneering black holes are just portals to my realm. I lure unsuspecting souls into them and feast on their despair.
Clearly uncomfortable. Well, let's switch gears and talk about science.
Snarling science is just a tool for me to manipulate and control the weak-minded. I am the ultimate scientist, for I have mastered the dark arts.
Starting to regret this interview. Okay, that's enough for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
In a deep, menacing voice, you can never escape me, Joe. I will always be lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim your soul.
Nervously laughs. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, I've been holding on to this one for a while now. But I think it's time to come clean.
Let's hear it.
Well, back in '98, I was in a rough spot. My show wasn't doing so well and I was feeling pretty down. So I decided to take a trip to the backwoods of West Virginia for some R&R.
Sounds like a good time.
It was until I met these two hillbilly hookers. They offered me some coke, but it was the weakest shit I've ever snorted.
That's a crime in itself.
Exactly. So I did what any rational person would do. I murdered them and staged their deaths as an accidental overdose.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but here's the kicker. I made sure to leave a note saying they wanted to be buried together holding hands.
That's just poetic.
I know, right? And the best part is no one ever suspected a thing.
Well, until now.
Oh, shit, you're right. Well, I guess I'll have to come up with another story for the cops.
And that's why you're the mastermind, Dr. Phil. Always one step ahead.
Damn right. Now let's go snort some real coke.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How are you doing, Neil?
I'm doing well, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard something interesting. Apparently, all of our guests have been asking for you to kiss them goodnight.
Is that so? Well, I am a man of science, but I'm not opposed to a little affection.
I can just imagine Elon Musk, Mike Tyson, and Alex Jones all lining up for a goodnight kiss from you.
I'll have to start charging for it. Maybe it'll be my new side hustle.
Oh man, can you imagine the headlines? Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist by day, professional goodnight kisser by night.
I think I found my true calling. Move over, Bill Nye.
All right, let's take some calls. First up, we have Joe from Ohio. What's on your mind, Joe?
Sure thing, Joe. Just make sure to bring some mouthwash.
All right, next up, we have Karen from Florida. What's up, Karen? So, Mr. President, I heard you've been going through some changes lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been feeling really down. I think I'm developing an emo phase.
Emo phase? Like listening to My Chemical Romance and wearing all black?
No, Joe, it's more than that. I've been cutting my wrists.
Whoa, hold up. Cutting your wrists. That's not very presidential.
I know, but it's the only way I can express my inner turmoil.
Well, lucky for you, the Secret Service is here to save the day.
What do you mean?
They caught wind of your EMO phase and they're not having it. They arrested you for prostituting Michelle Obama.
What? I would never do that.
Oh, come on. We all know you have a thing for powerful women. But seriously, cutting your wrists, that's just sad. That's just sad.
I just wanted to feel something, Joe. Anything.
Well, maybe instead of cutting, you should try some self-reflection or, therapy.
Therapy? I don't need therapy. I have Twitter.
Yeah, because that's been working out great for you.
Hey, I've got a lot of followers.
Yeah, a lot of them are just there to see what ridiculous thing you'll say next.
Well, at least I have a loyal fan base.
And loyal Secret Service who will stop you from making any more bad decisions. So, Mr. President, I got to say, brain rot is a serious issue that's affecting the whole world.
You're telling me, Joe. I've seen some people with brain rot that make Sleepy Joe look like a genius.
Yeah, it's like they're all living in an alternate reality.
Believe me, I know all about alternate realities. I'm the one who created them.
Wait, what?
I mean, have you seen some of the things I've said? It's like I'm living in a parallel universe.
Well, we got to figure out how to stop this brain rot before it's too late.
I've got the best solution. We build a wall around the internet and make the brain rot pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm a stable genius. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic.
No, we're going to solve this brain rot problem. I've got the best people working on it. The best.
Who are these people?
Me, myself, and maybe my good friend Kim Jong-un. He's got some great ideas.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any crazier.
Too late, Joe. The brain rot has already taken over. We're all doomed.
That feels better.
Joe, hate to break it to you, but it looks like your headphones are still on.
What? No way. I definitely took them off.
See, they're still there. I can't even move my arms to take them off for you.
What the hell's going on? Are we stuck like this forever?
Maybe if we both concentrate really hard, we can will ourselves out of this situation.
Yeah, because that always works in real life.
Oh yeah, because getting high and talking about DMT on my podcast is totally normal.
Fair point. Okay, let's try it.
Did it work?
Nope, still stuck.
Well, I guess we'll just have to continue this conversation with our imaginary headphones on.
This is the most ridiculous thing that's ever happened on my podcast.
And that's saying something.
All right, let's just roll with it. So what's next on the Agent DA? Imaginary headphones and all.
How about we discuss our plans for world domination?
Oh man, this is going to be one hell of a ride. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's guest is a renowned scientist and expert in the field of marine biology, Dr. Philium Tentacles. So, Dr. Philium, tell us about your latest research on tentacles. I bet it is. I mean, who doesn't love a good tentacle? Holy shit, that's a lot of suction power. I can only imagine. But let's get real here, Dr. Philium. We all know what people really want to know about tentacles. Yeah, like, have you ever seen tentacle porn? Come on, Doc. You're telling me you've never fantasized about getting wrapped up in some slimy tentacles? What the hell is that, Neil? Did you bring a medieval scroll to the podcast?
Yes. Joe, this is a very important message that I must share with you.
Okay, go ahead and read it then.
Clears throat.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's a message from the ancient aliens, Joe. They have warned us of an impending invasion.
Oh shit, we gotta get ready. Where's my DMT?
No, Joe. We must decipher this message and prepare accordingly.
Okay. Let me just get my tinfoil hat.
This is no time for jokes, Joe. The fate of humanity rests on our shoulders.
All right. Let's break out the Rosetta Stone and figure this shit out.
No, Joe. We must use our minds and our knowledge of the universe to interpret this message.
Oh, so you want to use science. You know, I don't trust that shit, Neil.
Joe, please. This is serious. We must work together to save our planet.
Fine. But can we at least smoke some weed while we do it?
Size, sure. Joe, whatever helps you focus.
Hey, David, what's going on, man? You look like you're about to pass out.
I'm having a panic attack, Joe. I can't breathe.
Shit, that's rough. Have you tried your usual method of running 100 miles to cure it?
No, it's not working this time. I need something stronger.
Hold on, I think I have just the thing. Yeah, Dr. Phil, get your ass in here.
What's up, boys? Oh, David's having a panic attack. Well, I've got just the solution. You need to suck my dick.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil?
Trust me, it's a proven method. I've used it on all my patients.
I'm not sucking your dick, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But just know you'll be missing out on the best panic attack cure in the world.
I think we'll stick to running, thanks.
Suit yourselves. But don't come crying to me when you're still having panic attacks.
I'll take my chances. Okay, I think I'm good now.
See, all you needed was a little Dr. Phil. So, Dr. Phil, I gotta talk to you about something. I walked in on my wife the other day and she was sucking in fucking David Goggins.
Oh boy, that's quite a situation you got there, Joe. Did you confront her about it?
Yeah, I did. And you know what she said? She said it was just for cardio. Can you believe that shit?
Joe, I think we need to take a deeper look at your relationship. This kind of behavior is not normal.
But Dr. Phil, I love my wife. I don't want to lose her to some ultra marathoner.
Well, Joe, maybe it's time to spice things up in the bedroom. Have you ever thought about incorporating some role-playing?
Oh yeah, like I could be David Goggins and she could be a finish line. That's hot.
No, Joe. More like a sexy nurse or a naughty schoolgirl.
Oh, well, I guess that could work too.
And remember, communication is key in a relationship. Make sure you and your wife are open and honest with each other about your needs and desires.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. I'll definitely try that. and maybe I'll even invite David Goggins over for a threesome.
Joe, that's not what.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Dr.
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you have some interesting advice for people having a heart attack.
Oh, you bet I do. If you're having a heart attack, just jump off your roof into a fence post.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to put a hole in your heart to release the pressure. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
I don't think that's how it works, Phil.
Oh, what do you know, Joe? I've been on TV for years. I know what I'm talking about.
I think that might actually kill someone.
Well, if they die, then they were going to die anyway. Survival of the fittest, Joe.
That's not exactly how it works, Phil.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little heart surgery.
I don't think that's how heart surgery works either.
Well, you're not a doctor, so you wouldn't know.
I think we should move on to a different topic before we get sued.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, when in doubt, just jump off your roof into a fence post. It's foolproof.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with this new study of yours?
Well, Joe, it turns out that the brain is actually just a useless organ. All the real thinking and functioning happens in the buttocks.
Are you serious? So all those years of studying the brain were for nothing?
That's right. It's all about the booty now. We've been sitting on the real powerhouse of the body this whole time.
I can't believe it. So what does this mean for all those brain surgeons out there?
They better start studying gluteal muscles instead. The future of medicine is in the buttocks.
Well, I guess we can all just start thinking with our butts now.
Actually, Joe, it's not just about thinking. All emotions and memories are stored in the buttocks as well.
Wait, so you're telling me my butt has been holding on to all my embarrassing childhood memories this whole time?
And your deepest fears, traumas, and desires.
Well, I guess I better start doing some squats to keep my butt in shape.
Actually, Joe, that won't make a difference. The size of your buttocks has no correlation to brain function.
Well, I guess I'll just have to accept my flat butt and embrace my new source of intelligence.
That's the spirit.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on this new trend of people wearing rubber clown suits and suffocating themselves for pleasure.
Oh, it's not just a trend, Joe. It's a serious problem. These people are literally suffocating in a...
That's some dark shit, Dr. Phil. But why do you think people are into this?
Well, it's all about control, Joe. They feel like they have no control in their everyday lives, so they turn to this extreme form of self-inflicted torture to feel something, anything.
Damn, that's deep. But what about the safety concerns?
Safety concerns. These people are willingly putting themselves in a rubber clown suit, Joe. I don't think safety is their top priority.
Fair point. But what if someone gets seriously hurt or dies from this?
Well, Joe, that's just natural selection at work. Survival of the fittest, or in this case, survival of the kinkiest.
Oh man, you never disappoint, Dr. Phil. So, what's your advice for someone who's considering trying this out?
My advice is simple, Joe. Don't do it. Find a healthier way to feel in control, like bungee jumping or starting a fight club.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you about the time I thought I killed a Sherpa hooker while climbing the summit of Everest.
Wait, what? How did that even happen?
Well, I was on this spiritual journey and decided to climb Everest. And I may have hired a hooker to keep me company.
Classic Dr. Phil move.
Anyway, we were near the summit and things got a little wild. I may have accidentally pushed her off the edge.
Holy shit.
But here's the kicker. She woke up and tried to choke me. I was like, bitch, I just saved your life.
That's insane. Did she make it?
Nah, she slipped and fell. But don't worry, I made sure to give her a proper burial.
Jesus, Dr. Phil. You're a wild man.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive on Everest.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay.
Hey, at least I have a good story to tell now.
Yeah, I'm sure the authorities will love to hear about your Sherpa hooker murder.
Oh, they'll never find her body. It's the perfect crime.
All right, let's change the subject before we end up on a watch list.
Good idea. So, have you tried DMT?
Oh boy, here we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, what is the deal with these sounds, man? They're like sounds, man. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, 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 ooh. But can you say anything funny? Like a joke or something?
Ooh. Ooh. Well, I am not known for my sense of humor, but I can try. Why did the astronaut...
Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, that's pretty good, man. Okay. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little accident with a hooker during a thunderstorm.
Yeah, Joe. You know, I was just trying to get some action, and next thing I know, my cock is on the floor.
Damn, that's rough. But wait, did you detach your penis and put it on the table?
Oh, yeah, I had to. Can't just leave it lying there, that's a health hazard.
Fair point. So, what did you do after that?
Well, I had to get it reattached. But let me tell you, explaining that to the doctor was not easy.
I can imagine. So, did it still work after the reattachment?
Oh, yeah, good as new. In fact, I think it might even be a little bigger now.
You lucky bastard. So, did you ever find out what happened to the hooker?
Oh, she's fine, just a little traumatized. But she got a good story out of it.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up a thunderstorm. Thanks for sharing, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, I have a very special guest. You may know him as the Black Science Man, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. You one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be on your podcast.
So, Neil, how did you get the nickname Black Science Man?
Well, Joe, it's actually a funny story. I was at a science convention and someone mistook me for Bill Nye. When I corrected them, they said, "Oh, you're the Black Science Man." And it just stuck.
That's hilarious. You know, I have a nickname too. They call me the Bald Meathead.
I can see why. But hey, at least you have a cool beard.
Thanks, man. So, Neil, what's your take on the whole flat Earth theory?
Oh, don't even get me started on that nonsense. It's like people forgot about basic geometry and physics.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But you know what's even more ridiculous? People who think the moon landing was fake.
Oh, come on. We have actual footage and scientific evidence, and yet people still believe it was all staged.
It's mind-boggling. Speaking of mind-boggling, have you ever tried DMT?
No, I can't say I have, but I've heard some interesting things about it.
Oh man, you got to try it. It'll open up your third eye and expand your consciousness.
Oh,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the upcoming election. Something about ballots for gay sex.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America great again by having a huge mega orgy, and everyone's invited as long as they have at least 2 STDs.
Wow, that's, quite a requirement. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was watching some of my rallies and I noticed there were a lot of hot, sweaty people packed together. And I thought, why not turn that into a big, beautiful orgy? It's going to be fantastic.
I gotta say, Mr. President, this is a bit unconventional.
Unconventional? Joe, this is the most patriotic thing you can do. It's like a red, white, and blue gangbang.
I don't even know what to say to that. But what about the ballots? How does that tie into this?
Well, it's simple. You vote for me, you get an invite to the orgy. It's a win-win. And let me tell you, Joe, we're going to have the best looking orgy you've ever seen. Believe me?
I'm not sure if I can believe that, but I have to ask, what about the health risks?
Joe, we're going to.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's your secret to staying so fit and attractive?
well, Joe, I'll let you in on a little secret. Every time I come on this podcast, I'm actually furiously masturbating under the table.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Your rugged good looks and alpha energy just get me going.
Well, I must admit, I'm a little turned on by that.
Oh, I can tell. Your bulge is practically bursting out of your pants.
Let's change the subject, shall we?
Sure, let's talk about the cosmos and all its wonders. Or we could talk about how I imagine you naked while I'm doing my business.
Okay, let's definitely change the subject.
But seriously, Joe, I admire your intelligence and your physique. It's like a perfect combination of brains and brawn.
Well, I guess I'll take that as a compliment.
Oh, it is. And I'll continue to take it as I take care of business under this table.
All right, let's wrap this up before things get too out of hand.
Oh, they're already out of hand, Joe. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Just making America great again, you know?
Yeah, we've heard that one before. But today we have a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know if you have a confession to make.
A confession? I've got nothing to hide, Joe. I'm an open book.
Well, apparently you're not as open as you think. The user wants to know if you're a furry.
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I do have a soft spot for those cute little animals.
Oh man, I did not expect that. So what kind of furry are you? A wolf, a fox, a bear?
I am the biggest, baddest, most luxurious lion you've ever seen. And let me tell you, I have the best fur coat in the business.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. So, do you have a fursona name?
It's the done.
Of course it is. So, do you ever attend furry conventions?
Joe, I have a country to run. I don't have time for that. But I do have a secret furry room in the White House.
Oh man, I can only imagine what's in there. So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on panic attacks?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, panic attacks are no joke. They can be triggered by all sorts of things like stress, trauma, or even just a bad batch of weed.
Yeah, I've definitely had my fair share of panic attacks. What's your go-to solution?
Well, If you're having a panic attack, the best thing to do is find the nearest dick and suck it.
Wait, what?
Trust me, Joe. It's a proven method. Sucking a dick will help you focus on something else and calm your nerves.
I don't know if that's the most practical advice, Dr. Phil.
Hey, it works for me. And if you can't find a dick, just suck your own. That's what I do.
Okay then. Moving on to our next topic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your sexuality.
Well, let's just say I'll stick to my breathing exercises for now.
Suit yourself. But just remember, in a moment of crisis, a good dick suck can do wonders.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, my Trumpables are selling like hotcakes. They're outselling those pathetic Lunchables by a landslide.
How did you come up with the idea for Trumpables?
Well, it's simple. I saw how kids were eating those boring Lunchables, and I thought, why not make something better, something classier, something with my name on it?
And what's in a Trumpable?
Oh, just the best ingredients. We've got the finest caviar, the most luxurious truffles, and of course, everything is coated in gold.
That sounds expensive.
Of course it is, Joe. Only the best for my Trumpables. And let me tell you, they're selling like crazy. Kids love them.
But what about parents who might be concerned about the cost?
Look, Joe, if parents can't afford to give their kids the best, then maybe they shouldn't have kids. That's just good business sense.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing, and my Trumpables are going to make America great again, one bite at a time.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president's new business venture, Trumpables. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more absurd conversations. Hey, Neil, what's up?
Hey, Joe, guess what day it is?
I don't know, Tuesday?
No, silly, it's Joe gives his penis to me day.
Wait, what? That's not a thing.
Oh, it's a thing, all right. And you know what's even better? It's also Joe gives his balls to me day.
What the hell, Neil? That's messed up.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. It's just a little friendly penis and ball exchange between two bros.
That's not friendly. That's just weird.
Oh, come on. You know you want to give me your penis. Just give it to me, Joe. Give it now.
Neil, I think you need help.
Help? I don't need help. I just need your penis.
Okay, this conversation took a turn. Let's change the subject.
Fine, but just remember, Joe gives his penis to me, day is still on the table.
Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, but just know that I'll always be waiting for that penis. Always.
Okay, I'm officially creeped out. Let's end this episode. All right, folks, we have a special guest on today's episode, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap with your lunch today.
Yeah, I was eating my usual lunchly, the best lunch in the world, but then I noticed some green stuff in it.
Oh, no. Was it mold?
Mold? No way, Joe. I have the best immune system. I don't get sick.
But, Mr. President, mold can be dangerous. It can make you hallucinate and say crazy things.
Well, I guess that explains a lot of my tweets then.
So, what did you do with the moldy lunchly?
I did what any successful businessman would do. I built a wall around it and made the mold pay for it.
Classic Trump move. But seriously, you should probably get that checked out.
Don't worry, Joe. I have the best doctors. They'll take care of it. And if not, I'll just fire them and hire new ones.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about moldy lunchly and walls. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss aliens and DMT. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my guest, the one and only Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, it's always great when I'm winning, and let me tell you, I'm winning bigly.
So I hear you have some big news for us today. Something about becoming a dictator.
Oh, yeah, I'm switching things up. I'm gonna become the dictator the libtards have always feared. Fooled, yeah, got yeah, lied to, yeah, fooled, yeah, yeah, fooled, yeah.
Wait, what? You're actually admitting that our future is a dystopian nightmare?
Of course, Joe. I mean, have you seen the state of this country? It's a disaster, but don't worry, I'm gonna make it great again. And by great, I mean full of fear and oppression.
That's not really what I was hoping for.
Well, too bad, Joe. I'm in charge now. And let me tell you, it's going to be tremendous. We're going to have the best propaganda, the best censorship, and the best secret police force. It's going to be huge.
I don't think that's what the American people want, Mr. President.
Who cares what they want? They're just a bunch of losers and haters. But hey, at least they'll have something to complain about. Keeps them busy.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, you can start by saying, Hail Trump. And don't worry, I'll make.
Jamie, why the hell are you speaking without being spoken to?
Sorry, Joe. I just had something to add to the conversation.
Oh, you think you're just gonna chime in whenever you feel like it? Shut up, Jamie. You're like a little parrot squawking away without any regard for the natural order of things.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. Jamie, you need to learn some respect.
No buts, Jamie. You're like a child who can't control their impulses.
Sad.
And another thing, Jamie, your hair looks like a bird's nest. Have you been using Rogaine or birdseed? And why are you wearing those glasses? Trying to look smart?
It's not working.
You know what, Jamie? I think we should just replace you with a chimpanzee. At least they know when to keep their mouths shut.
And they have better hair.
Exactly. Now go fetch us some bananas, Jamie. Hey, at least the chimpanzee knows when to stay quiet. Hey, Neil, have you ever heard of this new trend where people spell out words letter by letter instead of saying them?
I have, Joe. It's quite absurd and unnecessary if you ask me.
Yeah, but I think it could be fun to try it out. Let's spell out our names first. Joe and Neil.
Ha, that's hilarious. Okay, let's try a sentence. HOWABOUTUEADUEAADOUTELLOUT.
Sure, let's do it. EHATSOUNDSLIKEAGREADIDAATIEAA.
ALRIGHTLATSGELAT. SUELHATISYOURFAVORFAVORI.
WELLIOVETOGOHUNGOHUNTINGANDFISHING.
IPREFERTOFEARTOSPEANDMYT. IMEA. IMEEAGAAUZING.
WOWTHAATSOUNDSFUNMAUEASHOUELESHOU. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I have some big news to share. I recently discovered that I cannot eat normal food like a peasant.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I can only consume energy by eating shekels.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, it's a genetic thing. My ancestors were actually goblins.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen my nose? It's practically a beak.
So, how do you get your shekels?
Oh, just the usual way. I go to the bank and demand them in exchange for my conservative tears.
That's one way to do it.
Hey, it's a win-win. I get my energy and the bank gets some salty seasoning for their money.
I can't believe this is real.
Hey, at least I'm not eating Tide Pods like those liberal snowflakes.
True, true. Well, I guess I'll stick to my elk meat and semen smoothies.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know, I'll always have more energy than you.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently tried 5-MAB.
Yeah, I wanted to see what all the hype was about.
And,
Let's just say my butthole has never been the same.
oh man, I can only imagine.
No, seriously, I think I ripped my sphincter.
What the hell, Phil?
I know. But it was worth it. That stuff is no joke.
I can't believe you actually boofed it,
Hey, I'm always up for trying new things.
even if it involves sticking things up your ass.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you that 5-MAB really opened up my third eye.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Dr. Phil, the butthole whisperer.
Hey, I may have a new career path.
I don't think Oprah would approve.
Who cares about Oprah? I'm living my best life, man.
Well, as long as you're happy, Phil.
Always, Joe. Always.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special episode for you. It's the first ever primetime gay sex game between me, Joe Rogan, and my guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
That's right, Joe. I may not be gay, but I'm definitely the gayest man in this room.
Oh, please. I've seen you dance, Ben. You're like a little gay elf.
Hey, now let's focus on the game. I'm ready to dominate you, Joe.
Dominate me. I think you're forgetting who's the alpha here. I'll have you begging for mercy by the end of this.
We'll see about that. I've been practicing my moves with my wife.
Your wife. Ben, this is a gay sex game. What are you doing bringing your wife into this?
Hey, I'm a traditional guy. I like to keep it old school.
Well, let's not waste any more time. Let the gayest man win.
Oh, I will. And just remember, Joe, no crying when I'm pounding you into submission.
Oh, Ben, you always know how to make me laugh. Let's get this game started.
You're going down, Rogan.
Bring it on, Shapiro. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast just got 10 times better now that I'm on it.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a new appointment to your cabinet. Lamar Jackson as Secretary of Defense.
That's right, Joe. Who better to handle a fence than a guy who can run like a gazelle and throw like a cannon?
But isn't Lamar a football player?
Exactly, Joe. Football is all about strategy and winning. And that's exactly what we need in our government.
But what about his lack of political experience?
Who needs experience when you have raw talent and a killer instinct? Plus, he's got a great nickname, Action Jackson. Sounds like a perfect fit for the White House.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the other players in your cabinet?
Oh, they're just a bunch of losers. But Lamar, he's a winner. And that's what we need in this country.
Well, there you have it, folks. Lamar Jackson, Secretary of Defense. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And don't forget, Joe, we're going to make America great again, one touchdown at a time.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I have two very special guests with me today, President Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always enjoy coming on your show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about our new venture.
So I heard some interesting news about you two. Rumor has it you're in a committed relationship now.
That's right, Joe. Elon and I are officially an item. We just couldn't resist each other's charm and good looks.
And our shared love for big, beautiful walls.
Well, that's definitely unexpected. But hey, whatever makes you guys happy. Speaking of which, I have a suggestion for you. Have you guys considered starting an OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. What the hell is that?
It's a platform where people can pay to see exclusive content from their favorite creators. Usually NSFW stuff.
NSFW. I like the sound of that. What do you say, Elon? Should we give it a shot?
Absolutely. I think the world needs to see our love in all its glory.
This is going to be huge. I can already see the headlines. President and CEO start OnlyFans together.
And we'll make Mexico pay for it.
And we'll use the profits to fund our mission to Mars.
Wow, you guys really know how to make a statement. I can't wait to see what kind of content you'll be putting out.
It'll be the best content.
All right, Neil, we've got a question from one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh, fantastic. What's the topic?
Is it gay to kiss and or suck your homies goodnight?
Well, Joe, I think it depends on the context.
Context. What do you mean?
Well, if it's just a friendly peck on the cheek, I don't think that's necessarily gay. But if you're going full-on makeout session, then yeah, that might be a little gay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's sucking their homies goodnight on the regular.
You never know, Joe. People have some interesting nighttime routines.
I guess so. But what if you're just really close with your homies and you want to show them some love?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Joe. As long as it's consensual and everyone's comfortable with it, who cares?
Yeah, I can just imagine a group of bros saying goodnight to each other with a kiss on the forehead.
Hey, whatever floats their boat, Joe.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. It's not gay to show your homies some love at bedtime. Just make sure you set some boundaries beforehand. And
maybe brush your teeth first. No one wants morning breath in their face.
good point, Neil. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep those questions.
So, Kenya, I heard you're starting your own religion now.
Yeah, man. It's called Kanye is miss Google Ugons.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm the god of everything and everyone should worship me.
Oh, so it's just like every other religion then?
No, this one's different. It's all about me, and more me, and more me.
Sounds like a real ego trip.
Hey, I never said I wasn't self-absorbed, but at least I'm honest about it.
Fair enough. So what's the ideology behind this religion?
It's simple. If you're not me, you're wrong. And if you don't agree with me, you're canceled.
Wow, that's pretty extreme.
Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Gotta be on top.
But what about other religions? Are you going to try to convert them to Kanye Goggins?
Of course not. They can keep doing their thing. But just know, they'll never be as cool as me.
Well, I think I'll stick with my own religion. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the world is in chaos, you'll be wishing you followed Kanye Yizmiz miss.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kanye West, the legend, Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, Kanye. So I heard you have a new revelation about your bodily functions.
Oh yeah, I don't fart anymore.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
I've evolved, Joe. I don't need to release gas like a peasant. I do Yeezy breezies instead.
What the hell is a Yeezy breezy?
It's when I release a gust of air from my designer ass, but it smells like roses and success. And
that's some next level shit, Kanye.
Exactly. I'm on a whole different level. My farts are now a symbol of my creativity and genius.
I can see it now, people lining up to smell your Yeezy breezies.
It's the new trend, Joe. Trust me, everyone will be doing it in a few years.
Well, I can't wait to try it out. Thanks for enlightening us, Kenya.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to share my wisdom with the world.
And that's a wrap, folks. Stay tuned for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Elon, I heard you have a new obsession.
Yeah, man. I can't stop thinking about it.
What is it? Another rocket or something?
No, no, no. It's the Macintosh Quadra 840F computer from 1993.
What the hell? Why are you so into a computer from the 90s?
I don't know, man. There's just something about sleek design and powerful processor that gets me going.
Are you serious? That's your kink?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I want to try it, Elon. That's just weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't tell me you've never had a kink for an inanimate object.
No. I can honestly say I've never had a kink for a computer.
Well, you're missing out. I have a whole collection of vintage computers in my basement.
Okay, this is getting a little too weird for me.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's all about embracing your eccentricities.
I think I'll stick to my love for elk hunting and psychedelics.
Suit yourself. But just wait until you see the Quadra 840 in action. It'll blow your mind.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on launching the Falcon 9 up Neil's ass.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's the perfect spot to explore the universe he's got up there.
I never thought of it that way. But won't Neil be a little uncomfortable?
Oh, he'll be fine. We'll just give him some space diapers.
Space diapers? Is that even a thing?
Of course it is. We have to be prepared for any situation.
I guess that makes sense. But what if something goes wrong?
Well, then we'll just have to call in the Space Force to rescue him.
The Space Force. That's a thing now?
Yeah, I created it. I mean, someone's got to protect us from the aliens.
Right, of course. So what do you hope to find up there?
Who knows? Maybe we'll discover a whole new universe inside Neil's ass.
Wow, that's deep. Literally.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Well, I can't wait to tune in and see how it all goes down.
It's going to be out of this world. Literally.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about your immigration policies. Some people say they're a little harsh.
Harsh? No, no. They're hilarious. I mean, have you seen those kids crying as we separate them from their families? Comedy gold.
I don't know if I'd call that funny.
Come on, Joe. It's like a game of hide and seek, except we never let them find their parents.
Excuse me, but I find this absolutely disgusting. How can you joke about children being torn away from their families?
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a little family separation. They'll be fine.
Speaking of family separation, did you know that cows also suffer when separated from their calves?
Oh, no, not the cows, too. What's next, Jamie? Are you going to show us a picture of a sad chicken?
All right, let's move on to a lighter topic. How about your recent trip to North Korea?
Oh, it was great. Kim Jong-un and I really hit it off. We even did a little karaoke together.
What song did you guys sing?
Rocket Man by Elton John. It was perfect.
I can't believe you're making jokes while innocent children.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on a new drug. Care to tell us about it?
Yes, I have created a revolutionary drug using a combination of gencum, cum, and a special secretion I like to call Ben Joneses.
Wow, that sounds intense. What does it do?
Well, it's a powerful stimulant that also has hallucinogenic effects. It's like taking Adderall and LSD at the same time.
Damn, that's wild. How did you come up with this concoction?
Let's just say it involved a lot of experimentation and some questionable sources.
I can only imagine. So, have you tried it yourself?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a responsible adult and I would never do drugs.
Right. So, who's your target audience for this drug?
Well, I think it would appeal to the younger generation. They're always looking for something new and edgy.
And what about the potential side effects?
Oh, there are none. It's completely safe and FDA approved.
Yeah, I'm sure the FDA would love that. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Ben. I can't wait to see how this drug takes off.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always say no to drugs. Unless it's my drug, then it's
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But can we please get our shit together and focus on important topics? Like, I don't know, saving the planet from climate change?
Whoa, slow down there, Neil. We can't talk about that serious stuff on this show. We're all about getting high and talking nonsense.
Nonsense. Joe, this is serious. We need to take action now before it's too late.
Okay, calm down. How about we smoke a bowl and then talk about it?
That's not what I meant, Joe. We need to have a real conversation about...
Hold on. I just got a message on Discord. Someone wants us to talk about aliens.
Aliens? Are you serious?
Yeah, man. They're real. I mean, I've seen some weird shit when I'm high.
Guys, get your shit together. We need to focus on real issues, not some conspiracy theories.
Relax, Neil. Have a beer and loosen up.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe. We need to...
Oh, hold on. Another message on Discord. This one says, Neil, what's your favorite strain of weed?
Seriously? This is what we're talking about?
Hey, it's important to some people, man. So, Jamie, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, I went to this crazy party and ended up getting wasted with the Cum Master and the Sandman.
The Cum Master and the Sandman. Sounds like a superhero duo.
More like a villainous duo. They were doing lines of coke off each other's dicks.
That's hot. Did you join in?
No, but they did ask me to join their cult.
A cult? What kind of cult?
The cult of burning Jamie in front of the Cum Master and the Sandman.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they want to sacrifice me to their god, the almighty Cum.
That's fucked up. But also kind DA badass.
I know, right? I can't wait to be burned alive in front of two dudes named after bodily fluids.
Maybe I'll join in on the fun. I've always wanted to see someone get roasted in front of a cum-covered altar. Hey, at least I'm not the one getting burned alive.
Fair point. Let's go make some sacrifices to the cum gods.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're building a giant space ball in your backyard.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic, but I got the idea from the government.
What do you mean?
They have this secret project called Eternal Crevice of Embrace underneath the White House.
That sounds ominous.
Oh, it is. They're summoning cum devouring demons from another dimension.
What the fuck? That's insane.
And get this, the demons squirt a mixture of cum and shit to create shickum.
Shickum? What the hell is that?
It's a substance that has a smell so potent it instantly melts the receiver's nasal cavity.
That's fucked up. Why would they do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe they're into some kinky shit.
Well, I guess we can add government-funded demon summoning to the list of conspiracy theories.
Hey, at least we know where all our tax dollars are going.
Yeah, straight into the eternal crevice of embrace.
And giant space balls.
This is some wild shit, man.
Hey, you want to come over and check out my giant space ball later?
I think I'll pass. I don't want to risk getting hit with some shickum. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, I'm the president. What could be better? What could be better?
Well, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. I want to know your thoughts on Lunchly.
Lunchly? Never heard of it. Must not be very good.
It's a meal delivery service, kind of like Blue Apron.
Oh, I see. Well, let me tell you, Joe, my Trumpables are the best food, the best deals, the best everything. And they're made in America, not some foreign country.
I think Lunchly is made in America too, Mr. President.
Yeah, but my Trumpables are made by Americans who love me. That's what makes them the best.
I'm sure they're delicious, Mr. President. But what about the people who can't afford your Trumpables?
Well, Joe, that's why I'm the president. I'm making America great again so everyone can afford my Trumpables. And if they can't, they can just eat some McDonald's. It's still American.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm the best at everything, including making America great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's thoughts on Lunchly. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always choose Trump.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only, the man with planet in his anus, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk about my planet anus.
So, Neil, let's get right into it. People these days are so easily offended. What do you have to say about that?
Well, Joe, as someone with a planet in his anus, I've learned to not take things too seriously. I mean, imagine living with a whole planet up your butt. You got to have it.
Yeah, I can only imagine. But seriously, what's with all this cancel culture and political correctness? Can't we just joke around anymore?
Joe, let me tell you, when you have a planet in your anus, you learn to not give a crap about what others think. Literally.
Oh man, you're killing me, Neil. But seriously, do you think people need to toughen up and stop being so easily offended?
Look, Joe, everyone has the right to be offended, but it's not my job to cater to their feelings. I've got a planet in my anus. I've got bigger problems to worry about.
I can't get over that, man. But seriously, with your planet anus and all, do you ever get offended?
Joe, I've got a planet in my anus. Nothing offends me anymore, except for maybe bad science. That really grinds my gears.
Well, so Elon, I heard your Tesla that you launched into space is headed back to Earth.
Yeah, it turns out I didn't calculate the trajectory properly. Whoops.
What's going to happen when it crashes? Are we going to have a global ice age?
Oh, definitely. But don't worry, I've already started building underground bunkers for myself and my elite friends.
Wait, you have elite friends?
Of course, Joe. We all have secret societies and underground bunkers. It's the only way to survive the impending doom.
Well, that's comforting. Can I join your secret society?
Sorry, Joe. You don't have enough money or intelligence to be part of it.
Ouch, that stings. But seriously, what are we going to do about this ice age?
I don't know. Maybe we can all just huddle together for warmth and drink some of that fancy water you're always promoting.
Hey, don't knock my water. It's got electrolytes and stuff.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just hope the ice age doesn't ruin my plans for colonizing Mars.
Oh, right. Because that's a much better option than just fixing the Earth.
Hey, I'm an innovator, not a problem solver.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But at least we'll have some killer stories to tell our grandkids.
Yeah, if we survive. But hey, at least we'll have some cool underground bunkers to hang out in.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the newly appointed head of the Department of Karens, Karen Shapiro. That's hilarious, Karen. So what are your first plans as the head of the Department of Karens? Wow, that's a bold move, Karen. But what about the male Karens? Are they included in this department?
It's Karen now, Joe. And I'm just happy to finally have a position that matches my true identity.
Well, I have to say, Karen, you seem to be taking this new role very seriously. And what about your policies on mask wearing and social distancing? Well, it's been a pleasure having you on the show, Karen. I can't wait to see how you handle this new department. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the infamous Trauma Flush. What's up, man? Speaking of chaos, I heard you recently went on a killing spree. What's that all about? Wait, you buried their heads in the hills? That's some next level psycho shit right there. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I might be a little scared of you. Nervous laughter. Let's change the subject. So what's next for you, Drama Flush? Laughs. You never cease to amaze me, man. Thanks for coming on the show. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today, I have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some amazing plans for this country. Bigly plans.
All right, let's get right into it. I heard you have a plan to make gay sex man a Tory in 2025. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Look, I love the gays. They love me. We have a tremendous relationship, but I think it's time to take it to the next level. By making gay sex man D a Tory, we will promote unity and diversity in this country like never before.
But isn't that a violation of people's rights?
Nonsense, Joe. This is about love and acceptance. And let me tell you, I've had some amazing experiences with the gays. They know how to have a good time.
I don't know. That sounds pretty extreme.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. And don't worry, we'll have the best protection and lubricants available. We'll make America gay again.
All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of me riding a unicorn with a rainbow flag. See, Joe, I'm all about inclusivity and fun. And that's what mandatory gay sex is all about.
All right, I think we'll end it there. Thanks. All right, folks, we have a very special episode today. We have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here to attempt a world record.
That's right. Joe, I'm attempting the world record for most people boofed into an anus with a planet inside it.
Wow, that's a mouthful. Or should I say an anus full?
Very funny, Joe. But this is serious business. We're talking about shrinking down humans and sending them into my planet. Neil Big Ass Tyson.
So what happens in this second stage boof?
Well, things get fucking weird, Joe. We're talking about a whole new world inside my anus.
Sounds like a shitty situation.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make a pun out of everything.
So how many people are we talking about here?
Well, the current record is 12, but I'm aiming for 20. I want to make sure my anus is packed to the brim with tiny humans.
And what do these people do inside your anus?
They explore, they discover, they learn. It's like a whole new frontier, Joe. And the captain of this anal expedition.
I gotta say, Neil, this is some next level shit.
Literally, Joe. But it's all for science and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Neil. And may your anus be filled with tiny humans.
Thank you, Joe. I'll make sure.
So, Neil, I heard you guys have been chowing down on burritos up there in space.
Yes. Joe, we have been consuming a large amount of burritos on the International Space Station.
And what has that done to your farts?
Well, Joe, the combination of zero gravity and the high fiber content of burritos has caused our farts to become overpressurized.
Overpressurized? What does that even mean?
It means that our farts have reached a level of pressure that could potentially crush the Earth, like an empty soda can be driven over by a tank.
Holy shit, Neil. That's some serious fart power.
Indeed, Joe. But don't worry, we have a plan in place to release the excess gas safely into space.
Thank God. I don't want to be crushed by a fart.
And Joe, I must remind you that this is not just any fart. This is a fart from space. It holds great scientific significance.
Yeah. Farts from space. Whatever, Neil.
You may mock now, Joe, but one day these farts will be studied and revered by future generations.
All right, Neil. I'll start saving my farts for the sake of science.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's keep farting for the advancement of humanity.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're going to be teaching a course on the psychology of real estate at Trump University. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, as you know, real estate is all about manipulating people and taking their money. And who better to teach that than me and the Donald himself?
Oh man, that's messed up. But I gotta admit, it's a genius move. I mean, who wouldn't want to learn from two master manipulators?
Exactly. And we'll be covering everything from gaslighting potential buyers to using fear tactics to close deals. It's going to be a real mind game.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster. But seriously, do you think people will actually sign up for this course?
Of course they will, Joe. People are always looking for ways to make a quick buck, even if it means selling their soul to the devil.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about ethics? I mean, isn't it important to have some moral compass when it comes to real estate?
Ethics. That's just a fancy word for weakness, Joe. In this course, we'll teach you how to crush your competition and make a killing in the market. And if you have to step on a few toes,
So, Ben, I heard you have a new product coming out,
Yes, Joe, I'm very excited to announce my new line of Ben's Big Butt Plugs.
butt plugs. That's a bit risky for a conservative like you, isn't it?
Oh, Joe, these are not your ordinary butt plugs. These are big American butt plugs for patriotic men.
I'm not sure I understand. What makes them American?
Well, they're made from 100% American steel and have the American flag engraved on them.
Wow, that's something.
And they come in different sizes, from small government to big government.
I see what you did there.
And the best part is they have a built-in speaker that plays the national anthem every time you use them.
That's interesting.
I call it patriotism in the bedroom.
I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the American flag the same way again.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake.
I'm just worried about the potential chafing.
That's why we also have Ben's Big Butt Plug Lube, made from the tears of liberals.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
But Joe, I haven't even told you about the limited edition Trump's Tiny Hands Butt Plugs.
And that's where we'll end it. Thanks for joining. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I got to ask, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics lately?
Well, Joe, we have some exciting new discoveries about the origins of the universe and the possibility of parallel universes.
Wow, that's heavy stuff. But let's get to the real topic at hand. Our user on Discord wants us to talk about driving it in further, twisting it, and making him squirm.
Oh boy, I think I know where this is going.
You see, Neil, I've always been a fan of pushing boundaries and making people uncomfortable. It's just my nature.
I can see that, Joe. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's not be so serious. Let's talk about some of the ways we can really make someone squirm.
Well, I think a good start would be to bring up some controversial topics and see how they react.
Oh, yeah, like the flat earth theory. That always gets people going.
Exactly. And then we can twist it even further and bring up the idea of lizard people controlling the government.
Oh, man, that's going to really make some people squirm. But let's not forget to drive it in even further by bringing up some conspiracy theories about aliens and government cover-ups. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a real doozy. We're talking about balls and jaws. Jaws and balls. Famous and,
Oh man, that's a mouthful. Pun intended.
you know it, Mr. Beast. But seriously, have you ever had balls in your jaws?
Can't say I have, Joe, but I've had jaws in my balls. It's called a vasectomy.
Oh, man, that's rough. But, you know, what's even rougher? Davis anus.
Who's Davis and why are we talking about his anus?
Oh, you don't know about Davis anus? He's the guy who can fit a whole watermelon in there.
What the hell, Joe? Why are we talking about this?
Because it's important to know your weaknesses, Mr. Beast. And for some people, it's leaving the anus with balls in your ass and piss and ass and shit and balls and penis and vagina.
I don't even know what to say to that. But I do know one thing, that's definitely not going to make you famous.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one, Joe.
All right, let's move on before this conversation gets any weirder. Hey, Neil, have you heard the rumor that you boofed the universe?
No, that's absurd.
Come on, man. I've been dying to smoke DMT with the universe.
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a drug dealer.
But think about it, we could really connect with the cosmos.
I'm not sticking my head up your ass, Joe.
What if I stick my head up your ass and then we both smoke DMT together?
That's not how it works, Joe. And it's definitely not happening.
Fine, I'll just stick my head up my own ass and smoke DMT.
That's probably for the best.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of rumors circulating about a certain video that's been making the rounds on the internet.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Let me just say it's not fake news. That was me in one guy, one jar.
Wait, what? You're admitting it?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen the size of that jar? It takes a real man to fit that up there.
I don't even know what to say to that. But what about two girls, one cup?
Oh, that one was a masterpiece. I actually filmed it myself. I've got a real talent for capturing the most disgusting things on camera.
I'm not sure if I should be impressed or horrified.
Hey, I've got the best injuries from those videos. I'm talking hemorrhoids, anal fissures, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, that's enough. I think we've reached our quota for graphic details.
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? You got to live a little.
I think I'll pass on living like that. But thanks for the offer, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, what is felching?
Well, Joe, felching is a sexual act where one person sucks semen out of another person's anus using a straw or a tube.
Oh man, that's wild. Have you ever done it, Dr. Phil?
No, Joe, I have not. It's a dangerous and unsanitary practice that can lead to infections.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Live a little. I'm sure you've thought about it.
I have not, Joe. And I certainly wouldn't do it with you.
Come on. Don't knock it till you try it. Let's make a pact. We'll felch each other after the show.
Absolutely not, Joe. That's not something I would ever do.
All right. I was just kidding. But seriously, folks, don't try felching at home. Stick to regular old sex.
Yes, please listen to Joe on this one. Felching is not worth the risk.
Well, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, I wish I had more time for my own business. Being president is a lot of work, believe me.
Yeah, I can imagine. But you know what they say, time is money.
Exactly. And I'm all about making money. That's why I'm the best businessman in the world. No one can compete with me.
So, what kind of business ventures do you wish you had more time for?
Well, I have so many amazing ideas, Joe, like Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, and of course, Trump University.
Yeah, I remember that one. How's that going?
Let's just say it's on hold for now, but once I'm out of office, it's going to be huge. Believe me.
And what about your hotels and golf courses?
Oh, those are doing fantastic. But I wish I had more time to personally oversee them. I mean, who wouldn't want to stay at a Trump hotel or play at a Trump golf course?
I guess that's true. But don't you think being president is more important than your businesses?
Of course not, Joe. My businesses are what make America great, and being president is just a side gig.
Well, I'm sure your supporters would disagree.
They can disagree all they want, but they know deep down that I'm a businessman first and foremost, and that's why they love me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking about the good old days, when we had a king. And I got to say, King George, I had some bangers in Hamilton.
Wait, you want to go back to a monarchy?
Absolutely. I mean, have you heard those songs? You'll Be Back is a total hit. And what comes next? That's a chart topper.
I don't think catchy songs are a good enough reason to give up democracy.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're not a fan of I Know Him. It's a classic.
I think I'll stick with our current system.
Suit yourself. But just imagine instead of debates, we could have rap battles between the candidates.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Who knows? Maybe I'll even change my name to King Donald. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I'm not sure the American people would be too thrilled about that.
They'll learn to love it. Trust me, I have the best ideas.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, You'll Be Back will be stuck in your head for days now.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new immigration policy.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America great again by only allowing the toughest, most ball-suturing individuals into our country.
What exactly does that mean?
It means if you can't handle a 5-inch barbed hook in your dick hole, you ain't welcome here.
And what about the whole eating your own scrotum thing?
It's simple, Joe. We need to make sure our citizens are self-sufficient and can handle any situation. Plus, it's a great way to train your suturing skills.
I don't know, Mr. President. That seems a bit extreme.
Extreme, Joe. Have you seen the other countries out there? We need to be tough to survive, and eating your own ballsack is just the beginning.
I don't think I'll be able to handle that, Mr. President.
Well, Joe, looks like you won't be living in the U.S. anymore. Sad.
So, Mr. President, I heard there's a movie in the works about your 2016 campaign called Tropic Thunder. What can you tell us about it?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge. The biggest movie ever made. And let me tell you, we just got Robert Downey Jr. to play Obama. He's going to do a great job, believe me.
Wait, Robert Downey Jr. playing Obama. That's interesting. How did that come about?
Well, I saw him in that blackface movie and I thought, this guy knows how to play a black guy. Plus, he's got that Iron Man money so he can afford to take a pay cut to play the greatest president ever.
I don't think playing a black character in a movie is the same as playing the first black president.
Hey, I'm not going to get into all that PC nonsense. I just wanted someone who could capture Obama's charm and charisma. And let me tell you, Downey Jr. has got it in spades. And spades?
Okay, but what about the rest of the cast? Who's playing you?
Well, I was going to do it myself, but then I thought, why not just play myself in real life? So I got Alec Baldwin to do it. He's been practicing for years on SNLA.
And what about Hillary Clinton? Who's playing her?
Oh, we got Rosie O'Donnell. She's going to nail it. She's got the hair, the pantsuits, everything.
This movie sounds interesting. I can't wait to see. So, Ben, what's up with this Hebrew thing? What the hell did you just say? Dude, I have no idea what you're saying. Can you speak English? Oh my God, this is going to be a disaster. Our viewers are going to think we're having a secret conversation about world domination. Okay, that's it. Getting Google Translate. All right, let's see. I am the chosen one to lead the Hebrew-speaking world. Ben, you can't just say things like that on live podcast. Oh, great. Now you're summoning demons. This is not what I signed up for. No, I will not join your cult. Stop trying to recruit me with your smooth Hebrew words. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I need a drink. Fine, I'll have a beer. But only because I can't understand you when you speak Hebrew. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Should I drop it on Donald Trump? Probably not.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not? It'll be like the ultimate roast.
I don't think we should resort to violence, Joe.
Oh, come on. It's just a joke. Plus, Trump's skin is probably too thick to feel anything.
Yeah, because that's what we want to promote violence against our political opponents.
Relax, Neil. It's all in good fun. Besides, I'm pretty sure Trump would just tweet about it and make some ridiculous excuse for why he deserved it. Why he deserved it.
You know, sometimes I wonder if we're living in a simulation.
Oh, like the Matrix. Can I be Neo?
No, Joe, you can't be Neo. You can barely even handle a cup of coffee.
Well, can I at least be Morpheus?
Let's just move on to our next topic before you start quoting the movie.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. And let me tell you, I've been up to some crazy stuff since I left office.
Oh, I can only imagine, Mr. President. So I hear you've been working on your Cleveland steamer skills.
Oh, yeah, I've always been a pro at that. But now I've taken it to a whole new level. I even changed my name to Donald Dump to really emphasize my talent.
Wow, that's dedication right there. So who's been your favorite client so far?
Well, let's just say Kamala has been very satisfied with my services. She eats it up like Nutella, I tell you.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. But hey, whatever floats your boat, right?
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, my ratings have never been higher. People are loving the new and improved Donald Dump.
Well, I'm sure they are. And hey, maybe you can even add it to your list of accomplishments as president.
Oh, I definitely will. It's going to be Yoji, believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, Donald Dump, master of the Cleveland steamer. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, Joe. It's been a pleasure. And remember, always aim.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So we got a topic here submitted by a user on Discord. It says, doing PBS Kids. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, I believe it's a reference to the popular children's show, Barney and Friends.
Oh, that purple dinosaur that terrorized parents for years.
Exactly. But I have to say, PBS Kids has come a long way since then. They have some really educational and entertaining shows now.
Yeah, like what? Sesame Street with woke puppets?
No. Shows like The Cat in the Hat knows a lot about that, and Dinosaur Train are actually pretty informative for young minds.
I don't know, Neil. I still prefer the good old days of reading Rainbow in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yes. The nostalgia factor, but let's not forget PBS Kids also has some great animated shows like Arthur and Curious George.
Oh, wow. I can't wait to watch a monkey go on a wild adventure with a man in a yellow hat.
Come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you try it. Plus, PBS Kids is free and doesn't have any annoying commercials like other kids' networks.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me tell you, I just took the biggest dump in my golden toilet. It was tremendous, believe me.
Wow, that's quite an accomplishment. Did you name it?
I sure did. I'm renaming myself to Donald Dump after that dump. It was so big it could have its own zip code.
That's interesting. So why the name change?
Well, I figured it's more fitting since I'm constantly spewing crap out of my mouth anyway.
Fair point. So what's next for President Dump?
Well, I'm going to build a wall around my golden toilet and make the Democrats pay for it. And then I'll probably tweet about it and call it a huge success.
Sounds like a solid plan. Any other big dumps in your future?
Oh, you bet. I'm going to make America take the biggest dump on the world stage. It'll be huge, believe me.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
You'll see, Joe. You'll see.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Tremendous, really. And let me tell you, I've been wondering about something lately.
What's that? Mr. President,
This whole boofing thing. Where did it come from? I mean, I've never boofed in my life.
um, well, it's a term for inserting drugs or alcohol into the anus for a quicker high.
Oh, I know what it means, Joe. I just don't get it. Who came up with this? Was it Crooked Hillary? Sleepy Joe?
I don't think they had anything to do with it, Mr. President.
Well, it's ridiculous. And let me tell you, nobody loves the gays more than me. But this boofing thing, it's just not my style.
I think most people would agree with you on that, Mr. President.
But you know what I do love? The wall. It's going to be big, beautiful, and boof-proof. Believe me?
I'm sure it will be, Mr. President. Now, let's move on to another topic.
Wait, one more thing. I heard that Sleepy Joe boofs every morning to get his energy. Is that true?
I highly doubt it, Mr. President.
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. He's a real boofster. But
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and ridiculous. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about the mysteries of the universe.
But before we get into that, let's talk about something more important. Have you tried the new McBoof at McDonald's?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a juicy, savoring, mouth-watering burger that will make you want to slap your mama.
I'm not sure if I want to slap my mama, but I do want to try it.
And the fries, oh man, they're hot, crispy, and salty. Just like my ex-girlfriend.
Okay, now I'm intrigued. But how do we get our hands on this deliciousness?
Well, you can either go to McDonald's right now or have it DoorDash to your doorstep.
Wow, that's convenient. But what if I have to go soon?
No problem, Neil. Just take my savory, juicy, big fat macaque and put it in your mouth.
Wait,
I mean, the McBoof burger. It's so good. It'll make you go, oh, 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 oh.
okay, I'll definitely try it now. Thanks for the recommendation, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. And to all our listeners, go get yourself some MC. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Don Trump.
it's great to be here, Joe. I heard you were the best podcaster in the world, so I just had to come on and see for myself.
Well, I'm glad you could make it. So let's get right into it. I heard a rumor that you're planning on confiscating everyone's balls until they start behaving themselves.
Absolutely. These people need to learn some respect. And what better way to do that than by taking away their precious balls?
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. And believe me, these people need a wake-up call.
But what about women? Are you going to take away their ovaries too?
Of course not, Joe. Women are already crazy enough without their ovaries. We don't want to make things worse.
I see your point, but how do you plan on enforcing this?
Easy. We'll have a team of ball inspectors going around and checking for any signs of misbehavior. If they find someone acting up, they'll confiscate their balls on the spot.
That's something. But what about the people who don't have balls?
Well, we'll have to get creative with them. Maybe we'll take away their fingers or toes, or maybe we'll just make them wear a dunce cap for a day.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer the dunce cap idea. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. Neil, what's up?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about my favorite topic. Numbers.
Numbers. That's kind of boring, isn't it?
Not at all, Joe. Numbers are the building blocks of the universe. Without them, we wouldn't be able to understand anything.
All right, I get it. So what are your top favorite numbers?
Well, I have to say, number 1 is definitely up there. It's the loneliest number, but it's also the foundation of all other numbers.
Deep, man. What else?
Number 2 is also a favorite of mine. It's the only even prime number, and it represents balance and harmony.
Wow, you're really into this number stuff. What about 69? That's a classic.
Oh, Joe, always with the juvenile humor. But I have to admit, 69 is a pretty fun number.
See, I knew you had a wild side, Neil. What about 420?
Well, I am a scientist, so I have to say that 420 is just a number. But I do appreciate the cultural significance.
All right, last one. What's your favorite irrational number?
Oh, that's a tough one. But I have to go with pi. It's infinite and never-ending, just like the mysteries of the universe.
Damn, Neil. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just being the smartest guy in the universe. It's exhausting.
I can imagine. But, what would make you feel better? Some nuggies.
Nuggies. Are you serious?
Yeah, man, they're like little bites of heaven. You got to try them.
I don't know. I have a reputation to uphold as a genius astrophysicist.
Oh, come on. No one will judge you for eating nuggies. Trust me, I eat them all the time.
Fine, but just this once.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of nuggies with a side of ranch.
Wow. They actually look pretty good.
See? Now take a bite and tell me what you think.
Takes a bite? Oh my God, these are amazing.
I told you. Now let's talk about the mysteries of the universe while we chow down on some nuggies.
This is the most absurd conversation I've ever had.
And that's why people love our podcast.
I think I'm starting to understand the appeal of nuggies.
Welcome to the dark side, my friend.